so, you guys ready? Yes. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Make sure. Guys, this is a general thing for this whole trial. Okay? When you get up here, if you're really nervous about hearing your own voice, like I said that you might be in the first couple of seconds, you really need to make sure that you hold the microphone close to your mouth. If you're gonna talk quietly, you see how far away it gets? It doesn't pick it up unless it's like right here. So that way it doesn't interfere with the other mics. Does that make sense? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay, cool. So, talk into the mic, don't be scared, you'll be okay. Okay? Make sure this is being live streamed. Okay, the live stream got sent out to all your parents. So make sure that you guys' language is appropriate. Okay? Make sure that you guys are showing the best. And you guys in the audience, make sure that you guys are paying attention, okay? I know for you guys that are up here right now, when you go out there, it'll be really hard because it'll be done to like pay attention for the rest of the time, but please, they're doing it for you, we do it for them, all that stuff. Okay, don't mess around, don't be that person, don't make the coach come out on you, okay? Any questions before we begin? Okay, hold on, I gotta find one more paper. Do we have one more mic? We need one more. Harry, come check in. Okay, we are going to go. Again, no hooting and hollering. We're supposed to make this as much like a real courtroom as humanly possible. Okay? So do your best to stay quiet, to follow along with the case. Okay, we can cheer at the end of each of the cases once we're all done with closing statements and all that stuff. Okay, we can laugh and cry and celebrate or not when we hear the verdict of each of the cases. We are going to, guys, like I told you before, we have to make this as quickly as possible. We're already a little bit behind schedule. I'm sure it's like 8:32 or 3 or something like that by now. All right? Fuck, yeah. Oops. So, we gotta make sure that this is quick, that we are getting this done. Any questions? Okay.
All rise. The Court of General Sessions, Wilson High School Judicial Court Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Hayner.
You may be seated. Good morning, everyone. The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant, Tommy Wright, with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Your Honor, members of the jury, good morning. On July 11th, 2023, Tommy Wright crashed a small plane near the hills of Cook Pass, Oregon. That alone doesn't land someone in court. Accidents happen. What happened after the crash, the lies, the pressure on the witnesses, the attempt to rewrite what really happened, Mr. Wright directly and knowingly deceived the National Transportation and Safety Board. That's what brings us here today. We, the prosecution, will prove to you that Tommy Wright didn't just crash a plane. He clearly displays witness manipulation via the method of sheer deception in order to cover his own tracks and his own negligence. Here's what we'll show you. Mr. Wright flew dangerously low, below the legal 500-foot limit. After the crash, he lied to investigators, blaming something called a downward wind current. And then he pressured others to repeat that same fake story, even threatening to pull business from a colleague if they didn't go along. Instead of owning up to the mistake, Wright made up a story. He told people the crash was caused by a strong wind current. The only problem, that wind current probably didn't exist. Even their own expert, Lieutenant Dowsland, admits weather conditions were calm and that it is unknowable if any wind caused the crash. That's right, their best evidence is a maybe. Here's where things really take a turn. You'll hear from witnesses like Treat Mitchell and Jamie Henderson, who will concur that Wright told one of them to stick to the wind story when talking to the Board of Safety. Wright even hinted that even if they didn't, he might stop working with them. That's not just shady, it's simple obstruction. The defense will try to say that Wright was in shock and didn't know what he was doing, but let's be real, Wright was giving interviews, answering questions, and trying to control the narrative around him. That's not someone who's confused, that's someone who's covering their tracks. So what do we have? A plane that flew too low, a fake story to cover it up, a witness who was pressured, a pilot that knew exactly what he was doing. At the end of this trial, you'll see it isn't bad luck. It wasn't a simple accident like a car crash or bike crash. It's not a misunderstanding. It's a clear case of someone trying to dodge responsibility and pulling others into their lie along the way. The law is clear. You can't lie to federal investigators. You can't tell others to lie. And you definitely can't try to hide the truth when people's lives are at risk. That's why, when all the evidence is in, we will ask you to find the defendant, Mr. Tommy Wright, guilty of obstruction. Because the plane went down, the truth should never be allowed to. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, are you ready to present your opening statement?
May I begin? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Amara Liu, and I, along with the rest of my counsel, are here to demonstrate the facts, logic, and unlawfulness regarding this case. Picture this. One moment, you're soaring over Oregon's breathtaking wilderness, sharing the sky with a friend and hopeful new client, when in the blink of an eye, everything changes. The plane jerks, trees blur past, the world tilts, and then impact. What was a peaceful flight becomes the fight for your life. You and I can picture this through the essence of words. However, for Tommy Wright, this was her reality. Tommy sits in this courtroom, painted by the prosecution as a villain. Ironically, this is exactly how she was treated the day of her traumatic plane crash. Not even 1 hour after this shocking experience, while Tommy sat in the hospital in screaming pain, Treat Mitchell, the experienced investigator, began her questioning. The prosecution would like you to believe that in this time, when Tommy's body was shattered and her mind was clouded by trauma and medication, that she was clear and concise enough to corruptly influence and obstruct the investigation about the plane crash. However, as my colleagues and I will demonstrate to you today, the truth is simple regarding this case. Confusion is not a crime. Disorientation is not deception. And a woman fighting to stay conscious just hours after surviving a crash is not capable of hiding anything because she was very capable of understanding what was happening for herself. Tommy Wright is not guilty of any charges placed on her. She is not a liar. She has never attempted to obstruct any investigation. She is simply a survivor. By the end of this case, I am confident that you too will see who Tommy Wright truly is, and not the villain who the prosecution wants you to believe. We will begin our case with the direct testimony from Tommy Wright herself. Tommy will unpack the heartbreaking and disorienting details of what happened the day of her crash, describing not only the intense physical pain she endured, but also the disturbing conduct of Treat Mitchell during the investigation. She will show you, in her own words, that she is innocent of all accusations. And more than that, she will reveal the immense prejudice and unfair blame that has been placed on her, not because of evidence, but because she was an easy target in a moment of chaos. Simultaneously, we will cross-examine Treat Mitchell, the prosecution's lead investigator. We will unpack not only Ms. Mitchell's poor judgment when investigating this case, but also her past as a reckless and unqualified pilot and investigator. We will then turn to Taryn Hawkins, a trusted business partner and close friend of Tommy Wright. Taryn will speak to Tommy's character while making it clear that there is simply no way Tommy could have committed these crimes that she is accused of. Following that, we will cross-examine Jamie Henderson, a colleague of Tommy's, who, despite lacking proper education or clear understanding of aviation protocols, will attempt to explain the rules of flying. Through the testimony, we will not only expose Jamie's misguided and uninformed attempts at justice, but also reveal their deliberate deceit and the lies they told to investigators, lies Jamie later admitted to the police. Yet, despite this, the only person sitting in this courtroom today is Tommy Wright. We will conclude this case with the direct testimony of Dallas Lynn, a qualified investigator who will break down the key elements of this case and provide a clear, factual account of what truly happened that day. Dallas will expose the critical errors and overlooked details in Investigator Mitchell's work and introduce new evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Tommy Wright is innocent. Next, we will cross-examine Sonny Marshall, an onlooker who was the first to report the crash. Sonny will testify to the excruciating pain Tommy was in at the time Investigator Mitchell began questioning her. While Sonny will attempt to present themselves as a credible and reliable witness for the prosecution, their testimony, like the rest of the prosecution's case, lacks credibility, reliability, and the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, you are each tasked with a crucial role today. This is not just a silly case about a plane crash. This is a deciding verdict that will determine the life of Tommy Wright. This is not the story of a criminal, it's the story of a survivor, broken, bleeding, and heavily medicated in a hospital bed, being accused of hiding the truth about a tragedy that nearly took her life. By the end of this case, once you have seen each piece of evidence, listened to all the testimonies, and when you have truly considered what Tommy Wright endured on July 11th, you will see this case for what it truly is. Not a pursuit of justice, but a tragic misunderstanding built on assumptions, misinformation, and the failure of those who were supposed to uncover the truth. The prosecution will fail to prove without a reasonable doubt that Tommy Wright committed these crimes. And once they have done this, you are tasked with providing the only just and reasonable verdict, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. People, you may call your first witness.
Can you describe the plane that Wright was flying?
The defendant was flying a flight known as a 135 flight. During this flight, pilots are required to maintain a distance of at least 500 feet from all terrain in both horizontal distance on each side as well as altitude.
What did you observe at the site of the crash?
At the scene, I observed that the wreckage of the Cessna 172 Skyhawk, which was the plane that the pilot was flying. I know them as one of the most safest and most reliable planes I've ever flown. The plane was mostly intact, except the front and right side of the landing gear were crushed and the right wing had broken in half.
Can you describe a downdraft and the likelihood of one?
A downdraft is an air mass that moves in a downward direction. They cause sudden but usually manageable drops in altitude, but the cause of them, they never really cause accidents. The chance of one would be 1 in 1,000.
What was the weather like on the day of the accident?
The weather was calm, clear, and windless.
Did you exchange any words with those involved in the crash?
Yes, I did talk with the defendant of the case. He was lying down in a stretcher when I had tried to introduce myself again to him. He cut me off and said, "Well, there goes my insurance. In fact, there goes my entire business."
Overruled by the relevance to his state of mind.
He also said, "How could I have been so stupid?"
Were you able to look inside the plane for any additional information?
Yes, I was able to go inside the plane, and there's when I recognized the plane's navigation system, which was the Garmin 370 GPS device.
What did you do after discovering the GPS data?
I had gathered the GPS data and I printed it out. I printed the flight log out of the device.
How did the defendant react to you questioning him again at the hospital? And did you talk to any of the people involved while there?
Yes, so I had confronted...
Question? Sorry.
Sustained, please rephrase as 2 separate questions.
Okay, did you talk to... Did you talk to Jamie Goose at the hospital?
To who? Sorry?
Did you talk to Jamie Goose at the hospital?
Yes, I did talk to Goose. I had asked them how high were they flying, and he responded with, "Well, we were definitely high enough."
How did the defendant react to you questioning him again at the hospital?
The defendant told me that he wasn't really sure what happened, basically saying that it all happened really fast and that I should ask Goose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Defense, cross-examination.
Ms. Mitchell, you've logged thousands of hours of flight time both in military and civilian aircraft, correct?
Correct.
You described yourself as having a reputation in the Navy as a bit of a risk taker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said you had to eject from an aircraft on multiple occasions due to your own actions.
Correct.
And you were being investigated when you left the Navy, isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
You agree that your JAG lawyer got you a sweet deal.
Yes, that's correct.
And this sweet deal was being honorably discharged even though you were being investigated for insubordination, correct?
Correct.
Downdrafts are a common occurrence, correct?
Correct.
And in these downdrafts, a sudden drop of altitude occurs, correct?
Correct.
Could it be possible that a pilot experiencing a sudden loss of altitude might reasonably believe it was a downdraft?
I don't believe so. I think, well, I am very confident in my abilities in investigation through my job.
You weren't in the aircraft during the crash, were you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
You weren't in the aircraft during the crash, were you?
I wasn't, no.
So you can't say with 100% certainty while not being in the aircraft that what the defendant experienced in the cockpit at the time, can you?
I can't say with 100% certainty, but I am confident.
You arrived at the crash site about an hour after the accident, correct?
Correct.
And when you approached my client who was seriously injured, you began asking questions right away?
I tried talking to them, but I realized that they were in such pain when I tried asking them questions, so I had moved on to the next person next to me.
Is it standard NTSB protocol to interview crash victims while they're receiving emergency medical care?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I can't really hear you.
Is it standard NTSB protocol to interview crash victims while they're receiving emergency medical care?
Yes.
Do you have a recording or transcript of that conversation?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you have a recording or transcript of that conversation?
No, I do not.
So you made your conclusion based on a brief conversation with my client after he had just been in a plane crash, correct?
Not narrative, but there would be another objection to the suppose. Sustained.
And yet, my client didn't have legal representation present during your questioning.
No, not during questioning.
Isn't it fair to say that someone in that condition might not clearly recall what they said or meant?
From what I saw that he was lucid, so I did continue with questioning, but once he became combative, I had walked away.
So Ms. Mitchell, after everything we've discussed, you still can't say under oath that you know exactly what happened in the cockpit in the moments before the crash, can you?
I don't know for 100% certainty, but I am confident in what I observed.
That's it.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, you're excused. Prosecution, you may call your next witness. May you please introduce yourself?
People call me Goose, but my name is Jamie Henderson.
Alrighty, Goose. What do you do for work?
I'm a wildlife photographer.
And how long have you known Tommy?
For about 15 years.
Alright. And what kind of pilot would you consider Tommy?
He was a relatively good pilot, but sometimes he could be crazy.
Crazy, okay. Can you describe like any other time where Tommy made a risky decision while flying?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What was that?
Leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What date did the crash occur?
What date?
Yes.
Not sure.
Take your time.
What happened? Okay. July 11th.
And how did you meet Mike Metcalf?
I met him. We both like wildlife, like photography. I mean, he's also a wildlife photographer.
And how did you get into like the situation of the crash?
One more time?
How did you get into the situation of the crash? How did you get into the situation of the crash?
I got in a plane.
Is there anything that Mike could have said that made like Tommy do what he did and crash the plane?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained. How high were you guys in the air? How high were you guys in the air?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained. May you please describe the way the plane fell?
It took like a hard skydive. Like we were skydiving for like a long time. I guess.
And what injuries did you get?
I busted my ankle and a concussion.
Is there anyone that like saved you guys? Like who saved you guys?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained. What did Tommy say to you after the crash?
He repeated, I quote, "We were high enough, we were above deck, and it was a downdraft that caused the crash. It was a really big downdraft."
And there was an NTSB investigator that came up. There was an NTSB investigator that came up. What was his name?
Yeah, I forgot. Treat Mitchell.
Okay. And what did you tell him happened?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Overruled up to that one.
I said that it was, we flew high enough and it was a downdraft.
Right. And why did you tell him this?
Because I was threatened by Tommy.
Okay. And when you were in the hospital, did anyone visit you?
Yes.
Who was it?
Treat Mitchell. No? Nah. Shit. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, Turan.
And did he give you anything?
Yeah, he gave me a note.
No. What did the note say?
Oh. Hold on. Notice somewhere here. I'm so sorry.
Did it? And how did you feel about Mike Metcalf's death when you found out?
One more time?
How did you feel about Mike Metcalf's death when you found out?
I was distraught.
You were distraught. And did Trey Mitchell say anything to you during your second conversation with him? Let me rephrase that. What did he say to you during your second conversation with him?
Trey Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Hold on. He asked how high we were. How high we were flying at the time of the crash.
It should be the second time. It should be like the bottom of the page.
He said that we were going to be in a lot of trouble.
Okay. And do you know why?
No, I don't.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Henderson. That'll be all, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine.
You've known Tommy Wright for quite some time, is that correct?
Yes.
For about 15 years to be exact, right?
Yes.
And for all of that time you've known her, would you say that she's a good person deep down?
I don't know.
You found her to be such a good person that you even started working for Tommy as a photographer for her company, Jobby Airlines, is that correct?
Yeah.
You don't have any certification or credentials in flying, is that right?
No.
But you still claim to understand the distance in which a pilot must be from the ground?
One more time?
But you still claim to understand the distance in which a pilot must be from the ground?
Yes.
On July 11th, 2023, you claimed that Tommy was flying too close to the ground, correct?
Yes.
Can you back these claims with 100% certainty?
Yes.
You are unable to even determine an estimated foot how close the plane was to the ground, is that correct?
One more time?
You are unable to even determine an estimated feet how close the plane was to the ground.
I don't remember.
When you were in the plane, you described feeling a sort of air pocket, correct?
Yeah.
In your specific words, you stated that these air pockets felt like when you are in a big plane and there's turbulence, correct?
Yes.
Right after this feeling of the air pockets, the plane crashed, correct?
One more time?
Right after this feeling of air pockets, or right after feeling the air pockets, that's when the plane crashed, correct?
No. I don't know. I don't remember.
Once the plane crashed, you described Tommy to be in agonizing pain, correct?
One more time?
Once the plane crashed, you described Tommy to be in agonizing pain, correct? What? Once the plane crashed, you described Tommy to be in agonizing pain, correct?
Yes.
And in your direct words, Tommy was screaming, yelling, and clearly in true pain, is that correct?
Yes.
While Tommy was in tremendous pain, you stated that you only had your ankle harmed with a few scrapes and a concussion, is that correct?
Yes. What was the objection? So I just can't hear you, sorry. Sustained.
Right after the plane crash, that's when you tried to talk to Tommy, correct? You tried talking to him right after the plane crash?
Yes.
But Tommy was in such tremendous pain that he was clearly unfit to have a conversation with you, is that correct?
Don't remember.
Your Honor, can you help the witness? Because I think some of the questions are not being answered to the full extent of the case. On like 4 of the questions.
Counsel, no, you may not help the witness. Prosecution, you may through the witness, you can make through the witness.
Okay. Sorry, just one question. So what should you do if the question is not?
You make use of what the witness tells you. The witness gives you information you have there, you make use of it. You
Okay.
cannot subject your own information, otherwise, I mean, you are crossed, you can.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
When you were investigated by Investigator Mitchell, you did not tell the truth. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Even though you lied to a federal investigator, you will not be prosecuted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, you're excused. Prosecution, you call your third witness.
The prosecution calls witness Sonny Marshall. Good morning, Mr. Marshall. Can I start by asking, where were you on the day of the plane crash, July 11th, 2023?
I was camping on the foot of Mount Dominic, right on the as far as shelf. The view was something else because it sits under Mount Dominic and Harrington Bruin. Between these two peaks is a pass, Crook's Pass, just above as far as shelf. The two peaks rise up on either side of the pass.
What did you see from the campsite?
Jerry and I saw and heard a plane buzzing our way. We were both concerned. The plane was flying too low through Crook's Pass, then stayed low over El Rousseau. After the plane flew low over our campsite, it started climbing pretty sharply. When the plane started heading back in our direction, it must have been only a few hundred feet off the ground, and then the plane crashed.
What happened after the crash?
I ran for my ham radio and called in the crash. We packed some water and things we could use as rags into small packs we had at our campsite. Then Jerry and I started running to the crash to see if we could help. I'd say we arrived 20 to 30 minutes after the plane hit the ground.
And what happened when you arrived at the crash site?
Initially, we had seen one person who now I know as Goose Hardman, or Goose Henderson, already out of the plane next to a tree, not too far from the wreckage. I went to check on Henderson and see how we could be a help, and Jerry went to check on the folks in the plane. Henderson seemed okay, definitely injured but not critically. So I made my way over the plane to assist Jerry in the plane. It was a gentleman in the passenger seat looking real bad. I observed a significant head injury, and the man wasn't really responding to us, calling out or asking him questions. On the other hand, the defendant demanded we get him out of the plane real bossy like. Jerry and I, the best we can, dislodged the defendant from the plane and maneuvered around and spruced the wreckage spot to lay the defendant down.
What happened after you dislodged the defendant from the plane?
As I was walking back to the plane, for the second time, I overheard the defendant talking to Mr. Henderson, something about their business. I couldn't hear all the words, but whatever it was, it clearly wasn't sitting well with Mr. Henderson, as it had the tone of a threat. The part was undeniable as I got to Jerry.
Objection or narrative?
Sustained.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. No more questions.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine.
Mr. Marshall, you were camping near the crash site, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you have no experience with planes and aviation?
That's correct, but my buddy Jerry has a pilot's license.
Yeah, you did mention in your testimony that your friend Jerry does have a pilot license, but you don't, correct?
Correct.
Why isn't Jerry up here then?
What was that?
Sustained.
Can you say with certainty that the plane that Tommy Wright was operating was too close to the ground?
Jerry believes it was too close to the ground as he has his pilot license. I couldn't say too much to that as I don't have my license.
Do you have any proof that Jerry does in fact have a pilot license?
I can only take his word for it. I didn't really ask for his pilot license, but he told me he had flown planes and has his license.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Defense may call your first witness.
Defense calls Tommy Wright to the stand. Tommy Wright, yeah. Could you please state your name to the court?
My name is Tommy Wright.
What is your occupation?
I'm a pilot for Joby Charter Flights, a company I created with my good friend Taryn.
What, if anything, is your education and experience in operating an aircraft?
I went to Cascade State University getting my engineering degree, where I was top of my class. Flying started as a passion, but quickly became a lifelong career. I then worked as a flight instructor and did some contract aerial mapping for the government.
Can you describe the kinds of flights you typically operate in Joby and charter flights?
I operate 135 aircrafts for Joby Airlines.
Have you ever had any incidents while operating these aircrafts?
No. Up until July 11th, 2023, I'd never had an incident while flying.
Can you tell the court what occurred on July 11th, 2023?
I had a charter flight scheduled with Goose and a hopeful new client, Mike Metcalf. He was a nature enthusiast, and we decided to fly over Cook Pass, the route I know best. As we were flying through the beautiful scenery, all of a sudden, we experienced a sudden downfall like never before. Then in the blink of an eye, the plane crashed.
You mentioned experiencing a downdraft. Can you elaborate on what that felt like in the cockpit?
It felt like we just dropped into a hole in the air, like an air pocket or a downdraft.
Do you have any prior experience with downdrafts?
I've experienced downdrafts before. It's a part of flying.
How did this particular event compare to your past experiences?
This one was different. It was much bigger and different than anything I encountered before.
What is the last thing you remember after your aircraft reacted this way?
The next thing I knew, we were on the ground and my bird was banged in all sorts of ways. I was in the most excruciating agony I ever felt. My hip felt like it had been crushed by a hydraulic press. I was screaming. I think some campers were the first to help us, and then the ambulance arrived.
Can you describe what you recall from the time you were in the ambulance following the crash?
When I was in the ambulance, someone named Mitchell started asking questions. I don't remember much, but I know I was still upset. I think I said I had no idea what had happened, and it might have been the downdrafts.
How would you describe your state of being when you were questioned by investigator Mitchell in the ambulance?
Overruled, not specifically.
The pain combined with the anxiety I began feeling as I grappled with the reality of having been in the crash was really overwhelming.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. People may cross-examine.
May the prosecution file a motion to enter Exhibit 2 as evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wright, you described Mr. Hawkins and yourself as adrenaline junkies, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Mr. Hawkins graduated from flight school, you started a freelance gig performing aerial stunts, correct?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
And after you and Mr. Hawkins graduated from flight school, you started a freelance gig performing aerial stunts, correct?
Correct.
And then you and Mr. Hawkins started up Joby Charter Flights, correct?
Correct.
I'm sure you preferred regulars over newbies, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
I'm sure you preferred regulars over newbies, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that's in the testimony.
And yes, sustain as not the fact pattern.
May I rephrase that?
Absolutely.
Many of your repeat customers were outdoor enthusiasts, correct?
Correct.
Is that why you were focused on spotting a bear rather than flying?
I wanted to help support my client in wanting to help him see what he wanted to see, and that's what I do in my job.
But you were paying more attention to the bear than your elevations, correct, at that time?
I was equally focused on flying as I was helping my client.
Did you also say in your testimony that regulars are often thrill seekers who enjoy the rush of flying a few hundred feet above ground?
I believe so. Normally, I stay above 500 feet, which is flying regulations.
So when you met with Mr. McCaff, nature enthusiast, former Navy pilot, you were feeling pretty good about landing another repeat customer, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
So when you met with Mr. McCaff, nature enthusiast, former Navy pilot, you were feeling pretty good about landing another repeat customer, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't hear the very end of what you're saying.
So when you met with Mr. McCaff, nature enthusiast, former Navy pilot, you were feeling pretty good about landing another repeat customer, correct?
Yes, correct.
But Mr. Henderson was often concerned about your flying being too low, correct?
Correct.
And that was bad for business?
He believed it was bad for business.
Goose Henderson believed it was bad for business?
That I know of.
Okay. And the charter flight with Mr. McCaff was over Cook Pass, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
And the charter flight with Mr. McCaff was over Cook Pass, correct?
I'm not sure.
But you don't use your altimeter, you just eyeball it, correct?
Yes, I've been flying for many years, so I have lots of experience.
So you can't be sure you were maintaining your 500 feet, correct?
I can't be 100% certain, but with my flying skills, I'm pretty confident.
So when you approached Cook Pass, you assumed it was safe to descend, correct?
Correct.
But you also predicted Mr. Henderson would be concerned?
Correct.
And you were aiming for an altitude of 500 to 550 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that's when the crash happened?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing this Garmin data indicating you were flying below 500 feet for 30 seconds while you were at the hospital?
I do not recall seeing that.
Okay. You have a hard time remembering the events that occurred after the crash, correct?
Correct.
But you recall being dislodged from the plane by some campers, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
But you recall being dislodged from the plane.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
It's relevant. Overruled.
But you recall being dislodged from the plane by some campers, correct?
Correct.
And you recall being leaned up against a rock, correct?
Can you repeat that?
And you recall being leaned up against a rock, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you recall telling Mr. Henderson the crash was caused by a downdraft, correct?
Correct.
Did you forget Mr. McCaff was still in the plane?
I don't remember. The crash was very hazy.
But you remember to worry about your insurance?
In the moment, yes.
So if your recollection of the crash is spotty and you were not checking your allometer, can you really be sure the crash was caused by a downdraft?
From all my years of experience, I'm very confident that's what caused the crash because I've flown this route many times.
But you told Mr. Mitchell the crash was caused by a downdraft anyway, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Taryn Hawkins to the stand. Your Honor, may I begin?
You may.
Please state your name for the court.
My name is Taryn Hawkins, but I go by Merlin.
What is your occupation?
I'm a career pilot and run jobby charter flights with Tommy.
How do you know Tommy Wright?
We met at flight school and eventually we decided to start our own company.
How was Tommy in flight school?
He was the top student in our class and I always considered him like a goody two-shoes, like rule follower.
How are Tommy's flying skills?
He had great sight and instinct when he was flying.
You mentioned starting jobby charter flights with Tommy. Was she the only one you worked with?
No, Tommy was not the only person I worked with. I also worked with Jamie Henderson, also known as Goose.
Can you describe your relationship with Jamie Henderson?
I wouldn't say we had the best relationship. I always thought that Goose wasn't really cut out to work in the sky because he couldn't handle the necessities in order to fly a plane. Like, he would overreact and the plane's distance from the ground, and he had no idea how close or how far the plane needed to be from the ground.
What, if anything, happened on July 11, 2023?
Repeat the end of the question, please.
Happened on July 11, 2023.
Overruled.
I remember the weather being a bit breezy and Goose had a potential new client, Mike Metcalf. I could have never imagined that something terrible would happen to them and none of them deserved that.
What happened?
Goose, Tommy, and Mike had gone into a plane crash.
What did you do when you found out Tommy, Goose, and Mike were harmed?
I went to visit them in the hospital. Sadly, I found out that Mike passed.
When you went to visit Tommy in the hospital, what was he like?
When I visited him, his answers were mostly vague and he didn't sound like himself. But when I saw his medications and her injuries, I knew that that was the reason.
After visiting Tommy, what did you do?
I went to visit Goose since they were in the same hospital.
When you went to visit Mr. Henderson, what was he like?
He was in way better shape than Tommy, and he described that he only had a hurt ankle and a few crashes.
Did Goose ever describe what caused the plane crash to you?
Yeah, Goose said it was caused by air pockets and downdrafts, but he never said anything about the plane being too low.
What, if anything, was the current condition of the jobby aircraft that was used on the day of the crash?
The plane was in good condition, other than the fact that it had a faulty, GPS system.
Do you believe Tommy is to blame for the plane crash that occurred on July 11, 2023?
I'm going to sustain that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. People, you may cross-examine. All right.
Mr. Hawkins, how long have you known the defendant, Tommy Wright?
For a long time.
You and Mr. Wright co-founded Jobby Carter Flights, correct?
Yes.
Do you currently maintain any business relationship with Mr. Wright?
Can you say it again? Sorry.
Do you currently maintain any business relationship with Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Yes. Wouldn't you agree that the outcome of this trial could impact the reputation of your company?
Yes.
Yes. So it's important to you, personally and professionally, that Mr. Wright is not found guilty, correct?
Yeah, but I also just don't...
Objection, Your Honor, that's not in their testimony.
This is relevant. It's going to be overruled.
Continue. Would you like me to ask it again?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's important to you personally and professionally that Mr. Wright is not found guilty, correct?
Of course, but I also just don't think it was his fault or her fault.
Okay. You visited Jamie Goose Henderson in the hospital shortly after the crash, correct?
I would say it again.
You visited Jamie Goose Henderson in the hospital shortly after the crash?
Yes.
Yes. During that visit, did you hand deliver a handwritten note?
Yes.
Who gave you that note to deliver?
Tommy.
Tommy. Please read that message on that note aloud for the court, please.
So I actually just glanced at it and it said, "I'm sorry," or something like that, but I can't be certain that it said that because I just looked at it really quickly and put it away because I didn't want to invade their privacy.
Okay. Regardless of what the note said, at the time you delivered that note, were you aware that the NTSB had launched a formal investigation?
Can you say it again? Sorry.
At the time you delivered that note, were you aware that the NTSB had launched a formal investigation?
No.
No. So you did not report the content of that note to any investigator?
No, I wouldn't give it to Goose.
Sweet. Have you piloted flights for Jobby Carter Flights?
Have I what?
Have you piloted flights for Jobby Charter Flights?
Yes.
Yes. Do you recall flying with Jamie Henderson on at least 2 occasions?
Yes.
Yes. Did Henderson ever express concern to you about how you flew those flights?
Yes.
Yes. Isn't it true that you performed aggressive maneuvers such as a hard banking and sharp climbs during those flights?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say that your flying style leans more toward risk-taking?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Sustained unless you explain why her flying would be relevant to Tommy's flying.
Well, okay. In your view, is it acceptable for pilots on charter flights to fly in a way that makes passengers feel unsafe?
Is it acceptable for what?
Is it acceptable for pilots on charter flights to fly in a way that makes passengers feel unsafe?
No.
No, okay. Do you believe that it's important for witnesses to tell the truth during a federal investigation?
Yes.
Yes. Looking back, can you understand how someone might interpret your delivery of that note, "Remember what I said and you'll be okay," as an attempt to influence a witness's testimony?
No, because I said I didn't touch it, I just gave it to him.
Yes, but the note was delivered correct to him from Tommy.
Yeah, but that wasn't my fault. I was just doing what my friend asked.
All right, perfect. Given your personal relationship with Mr. Wright and the shared business interests, would you agree that your testimony today may not be entirely neutral?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevant to believability of the witness. Overruled.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused. Defense, may call your last witness.
Defense calls Dallas Lim.
Your Honor, may I begin?
You may.
Could you please state your name to the court?
My name is Dallas Lim.
What is your current occupation?
I work as an expert witness to conduct investigations and testify in cases, including aviation.
How are you involved in this case?
I conducted a separate investigation regarding Investigator Mitchell's findings. I always approach cases from the same fair and neutral standpoint.
What was your first step in your investigation?
The first thing I reviewed was the GPS data.
In the next question, I'll be referencing Exhibit 2. What did you notice while looking at the GPS flight log?
I noticed there was a gap or inconsistency in the data.
What do you believe caused the inconsistencies in the GPS flight log?
I believe that the mountain and mountainous terrain acts as a supportive barrier of the GPS signal, and it makes it more difficult for the connection to stay consistent. This inconsistency can present as inconsistent data on the flight path.
When reviewing the location in which the plane crashed, what did you determine?
Well, because of the specific location in which the plane was traveling, I concluded that the downdrafts played a huge role in the crash.
Could you explain what a downdraft is?
A downdraft is pretty much just a small column of air that rapidly sinks towards the ground. Because of the mountains close by, like the air, it typically flows up like the slope of the mountain range. But once at the top, it pours down from the other side with extreme force, creating powerful waves known as downdrafts.
How are these downdrafts a concern to pilots?
Downdrafts could be a very big concern for pilots because it's extremely common for downdrafts to reach up to 2,000 to 5,000 feet per minute, causing many plane crashes.
What is the likelihood of a downdraft being responsible for an aircraft to crash?
Well, the effect of downdrafts grounding planes is extremely common in my experience. I've seen pilots flying over 600 feet above the ground when all of a sudden they're hit with a downdraft and their plane immediately pointed straight down and just crashed.
Do you feel that Tommy Wright was in shock after the crash?
Yes. Tommy Wright's statements, as Mitchell recounts them, are consistent with someone in shock. Upon my review, it was clear that Tommy Wright was in a continuous state of shock from the time that the crash through at least the time of Mitchell's interview at the hospital.
Overruled.
I'll be referencing Exhibit 6 in the next question. Did Tommy receive any medication after the crash for his severe injuries?
Yes, he received organics.
Is there a known side effect with the medication that Tommy took?
The medication is known to cause significant drowsiness that typically leads to confusion or discombobulation.
Do you believe that Tommy Wright was in the state of mind to be able to lie?
Tommy Wright was not in the state of mind that would allow for the forethought and the mental acuity to conduct lies so closely after the crash.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. People, you may cross-examine.
Good morning, Lieutenant Lynn. You mentioned that you have flown the same model aircraft as the defendant, Tommy Wright.
Pardon?
You mentioned that you have flown the same aircraft as the defendant, Tommy Wright.
I don't recall.
Okay. Before beginning your investigation, you wrote, "I immediately thought this was simply an accident, and the pilot was not at fault," correct?
I'm so sorry, say it again.
Before even beginning your investigation, you wrote, "I immediately thought this was simply an accident, and the pilot was not at fault," correct?
Say the last part again.
"I immediately thought this was simply an accident, and the pilot was not at fault," correct?
Correct.
Is it in standard investigative practice to reach a conclusion about having an accident before examining the evidence, such as GPS data or witness statements?
Well, no, I reviewed the GPS data and it was pretty consistent for someone to. It was most likely it was due to the geographical environment factors.
You referenced the impact of mountain terrain on GPS signal accuracy. Are you aware of any specific topographical data that confirms the inference occurred on July 11th, 2023?
Yes.
You acknowledge there were no obvious signs of weather issues like multiple clouds or strong winds that day. Wouldn't that suggest downdrafts were less likely?
There were no indications on the GPS or even visible indications that there was downdrafts.
You mentioned the possibility of a microburst or downdraft, but also acknowledged that they're rare and hard to detect. Isn't that largely speculative in this case?
Pardon, say one more time.
Of course. You mentioned the possibility of a micro outburst or downdraft, but also acknowledged those are rare and hard to detect. Isn't that largely speculative in this case?
Yes.
You analyzed the witness behavior and made conclusions about shock and truth-telling. Do you have any clinical or psychological training or licenses to make those assessments?
I don't have any. I'm not a trained professional, but I've worked in my field as working a decade being in investigation of aviation, and also my experience in the military. But I'm not a professional, but I've worked with people in pilots that have been in shock, in that state of shock.
So I'll ask again, is it standard investigative practice to reach a conclusion about an incident before examining the evidence?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You said you have a passion for aviation being what it is, and that you like to be the reason bad pilots lose their licenses. Doesn't this statement suggest a potential bias against pilots under investigation?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
It would be his own opinion, so overruled.
When I'm investigating cases, I'm in a neutral state of mind, so I'm not too sure about that.
You reviewed GPS data with gaps in it and still concluded the pilot wasn't at fault. Isn't it risky to make such a determination when the data was incomplete?
I'm so sorry, but pardon?
Of course. You reviewed the GPS data with gaps in it and still concluded the pilot was not at fault. Isn't it risky to make such a determination when the data is incomplete?
Like I said, the evidence or the data that I recovered was leading towards most likely those environmental factors made the crash happen.
And then lastly, you have flown with the defendant's aircraft model, support their account, and hired by the defense. Wouldn't you agree that your role is to defend their narrative in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. This is not in his statement.
Can you please restate the end of your question? I couldn't quite hear it.
Yeah, of course. What would you say your role is in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Relevant to see what his testimony would be for. Overruled.
I am a expert witness and hired
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered, sorry. He already stated what his occupation is in this case before.
I'm allowed to say it one last time. It's overruled.
I'm hired as an expert witness and a private investigator.
No more questions, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Closing arguments. Prosecution, are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've now heard all the testimony, we've seen all the evidence, but honestly, I think the defense's argument is simply not what we're here to talk about today. The plane crash is in hindsight. That happened. I would like to call the courtroom's attention to exhibit number 2, the GPS flight log. As you guys can see, there's consistency above 500 feet, but below 500 feet, you can see a clear downtrend. Now, we are all aware that there was a plane crash. That's not what we're here for the proceedings today. We're here to talk about the obstruction of justice committed to the National Board of Safety and Transportation. On July 11th, the defendant was flying low, too low. The law says no lower than 500 feet, but that rule isn't for fun, it's for safety, but Wright ignored it. How do we know? Because the GPS flight log, Exhibit 2, doesn't lie. It shows the plane dipping below the legal altitude before the crash. Did Wright admit to breaking that rule? Of course not. He did what people often do when they mess up and didn't want to face the consequences. He made up a story, a downward wind current. Sounds dramatic. The only problem is that it doesn't hold up. Even his own expert, Lieutenant Dallas Lynn, admitted that the wind theory couldn't be proven. In fact, the word he used was unknowable. That's not a defense, that's a shrug. But the story didn't stop there. Wright wasn't content just lying for himself. He wanted others to lie too. You actually heard from Treat Mitchell and Jamie Goose Henderson, people who were actually there at the site of the crash, that told you that Wright pressured them and another passenger to stick to a fake wind story when talking to the Board of Safety. Not only that, he hinted at taking away business if the person that was given this note to lie didn't cooperate. Let's call that what it is, manipulation and obstruction. When it's used to influence a federal investigation, it's not just wrong, it is illegal. The trial isn't about a weather pattern, it's not about a plane crash, it's not about a prescription medication that they're gonna bring up. It's about a choice, the choice Tommy Wright made to lie and try to cover up the truth. The defense wants you to believe he was in shock, that he wasn't thinking clearly, but does that match what we've seen? He created a note to hand to the people in the plane crash to lie. Shock doesn't make you call someone and tell them what to say. It doesn't make you build a fake narrative, repeat it multiple times, try to get others on board. That's not shock, that's a strategy to obstruct justice. They'll also point to a drug that Wright was prescribed, Organox, and say that maybe that played a role. But again, even if that affected the flight, it doesn't explain what happened after. Taking a medication doesn't give you the right to lie to federal agents and obstruct justice. If it did, every guilty person would just flash a prescription bottle and walk free. Let's be honest here, if this case were a movie, we all would know the plot. Something goes wrong, the main character panics and tries to cover it up. Except this isn't about a movie, this is real, and real people lives were put in danger. Not because of the crash, but because the person in charge refused to tell the truth afterwards. The law is clear, when you lie to the government during an investigation, when you pressure others to lie to you, that is simply obstruction. That's exactly what the 18th Penal Code in the US Constitution says. So now it's your turn. You've heard the facts, you've seen all the exhibits, you see exponential proof, you've listened to the witnesses, you've heard all the defendant's excuses, but when you add it all up, the only conclusion that makes sense, the only law that supports it, is that the defendant, Tommy Wright, is guilty of obstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, are you present your closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I begin?
You may begin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, once again, my name is Amara Luke, and I, along with the rest of my counsel, have proven to you today that this case is not one that seeks justice, but one that seeks a scapegoat. A case built not on truth, but on assumptions. And at the center of it all is Tommy Wright, a woman wrongfully accused in the aftermath of her own trauma. Over the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of claims, some dramatic, some emotional, and most simply not backed by facts. But your job today is not to judge based on speculation or assumptions. Your duty is to weigh the evidence, consider the truth, and apply the law. So let's return to the very beginning. On July 11, 2023, Tommy Wright took to the sky, excited to share Oregon's beauty with a friend and hopeful new client, but in an instant, that peaceful flight turned into chaos. The plane went down, and so did Tommy's world. In the moment she was most vulnerable, filled with fear and pain, broken and bleeding, she wasn't met with comfort or compassion. She wasn't asked if she was okay. Instead, she was met with suspicion, with blame. In her darkest hour, she wasn't treated like a survivor, she was treated like a criminal. But let's be clear, Tommy wasn't scheming. She wasn't obstructing, she was fighting to stay alive. Throughout this case, you've heard the facts and seen the evidence. Evidence that not only proves Tommy Wright's innocence, but also exposes the troubling misconduct of key witnesses on the prosecution side. Witnesses who should have been committed to uncovering the truth, but instead chose the easier route: blame over investigation, assumption over fact, and convenience over justice. You heard directly from Tommy Wright, the woman at the heart of this case. She stood before you not to make excuses, but to share her truth. She walked you through the terrifying moments of the crash, the physical agony she endured, and the mental fog that followed. She described the confusion and shock she felt as investigator Treat Mitchell questioned and prodded her for answers. Tommy didn't hide from the facts. She faced them, and in doing so, she revealed the truth, that she was never trying to obstruct an investigation. She was trying to survive it. You also heard from Taryn Hawkins, a close friend and trusted business partner of Tommy's. Taryn gave you a window into who Tommy really is, a dedicated pilot, a loyal friend, and a professional who has always acted with integrity. The idea that she would act with corrupt intent is not only unsupported, it's impossible when you know who she is. We brought you the testimony of Dallas Lynn, a qualified, experienced investigator with no bias, no agenda, and one simple mission: to uncover the truth. Dallas methodically exposed the flaws in the original investigation, pinpointed critical errors, and revealed key details that were ignored and mishandled by Treat Mitchell. More importantly, Dallas presented new evidence the prosecution never addressed because it didn't fit their narrative. Evidence that made one thing undeniably clear: this investigation has flaws from the very beginning, and Tommy Wright has been paying the price of these failures ever since. Then came Jamie Henderson, a colleague who took the stand with confidence, but left with their credibility in pieces. Jamie spoke as if they were an expert on aviation procedures, yet under cross-examination, it became painfully clear they lacked both the education and experience to speak with any real authority. And more disturbingly, Jamie admitted to misleading the very investigator at the heart of this case. They changed their story. They manipulated the facts, but despite these admitted lies, it is not Jamie sitting in the courtroom, it's Tommy Wright. Finally, we examined Sonny Marshall, a witness the prosecution hoped would strengthen their case. But even Sonny, despite their intentions, confirmed what we've been asserting from the beginning. Tommy Wright was in excruciating pain when she was questioned, disoriented, heavily medicated, and barely conscious. She was in no state to comprehend, let alone obstruct, any investigation. Sonny's testimony didn't reinforce the prosecution's claim. It dismantled them, proving that Tommy's condition made it impossible for her to act with intent or deception. So ask yourself, what has the prosecution truly proven? Then, they haven't shown you intent, they haven't shown you corruption, they haven't shown you a single moment where Tommy Wright deliberately tried to interfere with an investigation. What they've shown you is a flawed investigation, a biased approach, a rush to judgment, and a woman caught in the crosshairs of that rush. Tommy Wright sits before you today, not just broken by her injury, but by her faith in a system she once believed would protect the innocent. She is broken, just as she was on July 11, 2023, physically battered, mentally shattered, and now emotionally drained by the weight of being wrongfully accused. But you have the power to change this. Your voice, your verdict, can do more than correct a flawed case. It can begin to restore faith in the system that failed her when she needed it most. This is your moment to make it right. Don't let this story end with the wrong person paying the price. Don't let assumptions, poor judgments, and pressure define justice. Tommy Wright is not guilty, and now it's time for you to say so. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it is time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct, or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. 3. The defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. In deciding whether to believe a witness, consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe a witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, like eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, like flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit it in writing to the bailiff.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Thank you guys in the audience for respecting the fact that this is recorded. Let's get a big round of applause for them. They killed it, and that was awesome. That's probably the best one I've ever had, seriously. So, thank you guys. Let's go ahead and transition as quickly as possible. Trial 2 people, let's go. It's already like 9:57. We got okay, next trial. Let's go, jurors, attorneys. Kareem, you here? Kareem, you want extra credit? Caleb, raise your hand for me. Caleb. Is Derek here? Where did everybody go? Oh, Kareem, there you are. I need your help. You want some extra credit? You don't have questions ready, he does. I need a sub. So, we are going to start the next trial so that way we stay on time because we are trying to get through 4 trials today before 4 o'clock, which is going to be very difficult. That first trial ran very smoothly. It was exactly an hour and a half. It's exactly what we want. I believe it is, 10:07. Not too bad.
What was the verdict?
Verdict will come in between trials. They're deliberating currently right below my feet. Yeah. Okay, so you guys know that last trial, I know that it's going to be hard since you guys feel done and accomplished to stay focused, but please do not disrupt the other people. Please fill out your stuff. Okay, there's things for you to do. And without any further ado,
All rise. The Court of General Sessions, Wilson High School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Hayman.
Please be seated. The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant Tommy Wright with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Good morning. My name is Olivia Stimson, and it is my pleasure to represent the United States and to serve as a prosecutor on this significant case. I am joined here today with fellow attorneys Jacob, Raquel, Janara, Femi, Joaquin, and Marlene. Today you will be hearing the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright. Here's what we know. On July 11, 2023, Tommy Wright, the defendant in this case, had a scenic flight scheduled with old business partner, friend, and photographer Jamie Goose Henderson. Also on this flight was a friend of Jamie's, Mike Cobra Metcalf. Mike Metcalf was an exciting passenger for Tommy Wright for a number of reasons. He had the potential of becoming a returning customer with Johnny Flights, and he was someone to impress as a former Navy pilot. This was Wright's gimmick. He received great joy by impressing fellow pilots with maneuvers and moves only the very best pilots could pull off. And on July 11, 2023, Wright just didn't live up to that standard. On this day, the three individuals proceeded to fly a route that Wright and Henderson had done many times prior. At some point during the trip, Metcalf spotted a bear and requested that Wright turn the plane around so that they could try and see it again and get a better view. Wright, who was already flying quite low, saw the opportunity to impress former Navy pilot and turning around abruptly and even flying closer to the ground. Wright attempted to give Metcalf a show, only he had dipped below the 500-foot FAA regulations for this kind of aircraft. Shortly after this maneuver by Wright, the plane baked hard right and crashed. Henderson survived with minimal injuries. Wright was injured greatly, and Metcalf died from the injuries he sustained. The National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB, immediately initiated an investigation. Investigator Treat Mitchell was sent to the scene. Through her investigation, she exposed many controversies surrounding Tommy Wright's actions following the crash. First is the question of whether or not Tommy Wright was flying at the appropriate, regulated elevation prior to the crash. The second issue, and the reason we are all here today, is whether Tommy Wright obstructed justice in this case in any way by misleading the NTSB investigator, and or if Wright used threats or intimidation against Jamie Henderson in order to impede Mitchell's investigation into the origins of the July 11th crash. Following the crash, defendant Tommy Wright engaged in a scheme to conceal from the NTSB investigator the fact that Wright had descended the aircraft below 500 feet in violation of applicable FAA regulations. Wright also lied at least twice directly to an NTSB investigator in response to direct questioning about the aircraft's altitude leading up to the crash. And finally, defendant Tommy Wright further threatened to withhold business from longtime business partner and passenger Jamie Henderson unless the passenger repeated the same lie to the NTSB investigator, which the passenger did. For all of these reasons, Tommy Wright is being charged with violating Title 18 of United States Code Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board, because he did corruptly influence, obstructed, and impeded, and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede in any applicable combination the due and proper administration of the law under which a pending proceeding was being had before the NTSB and its investigation into the cause of the July 11th crash. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is about a reckless and destructive pilot who, as a thrill seeker and show-off, attempted a maneuver that he just wasn't capable of. And in doing so, someone lost their life. But that is not why we are here today. We are here because defendant Tommy Wright is incapable of holding himself responsible for his recklessness. He decided to violate specific regulations for his aircraft, and after causing this crash, he lied and attempted to cover up his actions in any way possible, even going as far as to threaten someone close to him. Through Wright's affidavit, one can pick up that he is an egotistical man, one who believes he is the best pilot out there, but his actions have led him down a criminal path. It is surprised with his expressed repeated behavior that he hasn't ended up in this position sooner. While he may not have meant for anyone to get hurt, the steps and the lengths that he took to conceal his actions are what's on trial today. Members of the jury, the state will call 3 different witnesses in this trial. We will call Sonny Marshall, who was camping near the site of the crash and was the first person on the scene. They will attest to what they and another camper saw during the events of the crash and what they noticed immediately after arriving on scene. Next, we will call Jamie Goose Henderson, who will attest to his relationship with the defendant and what he experienced in the plane before the crash, and the threats and the intimidation he received from the defendant following the crash. He will explain how the defendant's threats to keep business from him were the only reason that he agreed to lie to the investigator. And finally, we will call Treat Mitchell, the lead NTSB investigator in this case. She will attest to her interactions with people and subjects on the scene and the steps she took following those conversations to reach the root cause of this crash. She will explain how the entirety of the situation seemed suspicious to her from the very beginning and how the defendant tried to cover his actions in various ways. Members of the jury, the defense may say that Tommy Wright was not in the right headspace when he was questioned, that he felt remorseful, and that he regrets what happened. But that doesn't change what he did. He took many reckless and irreversible actions that led him to where he is now. He was given every opportunity to come clean about his careless actions, but has been combative and defensive every step of the way throughout the investigation. At the conclusion of this trial, we are confident that you have found we have met our burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt because of the testimonies of Sonny Marshall, Jamie Goose Henderson, and Treat Mitchell, along with the multiple exhibits we have to show you. After you have heard all the evidence, we ask that you find the defendant guilty as charged. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed to the defense's opening statement, a verdict has been reached in the previous trial. As to count 1, obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency, to wit, the NTSB, in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505, the defendant, Tommy Wright, is found guilty. Defense, are you now ready for your opening statement?
Members of the jury, you are here today to talk about the tragic incident that has changed the lives of multiple people in this group. My name is Lucy Middow, and I represent Tommy Wright, a man dedicated to putting smiles on people's faces by using the passion for his flying. A man so dedicated to his art that he formed an entire business centered around sharing the stunning sights that he gets to see himself, bringing the joy to all. On July 11th, 2023, Mr. Wright was conducting a routine flight with 2 passengers, one of them being Mr. Henderson and the other being Mr. Metcalf. This flight was meant to be fun and exciting. It was meant to give a beautiful display of the nature around them, as well as providing a wonderful experience for all 3 passengers. Unfortunately, what started off so beautiful ended in a tragic nightmare. The plane crashed, resulting in the loss of Mr. Metcalf's life. As all of this information is thrown at you, and I know it's a lot, I urge you, the jury, to keep in mind 3 things. 1, the intentions of his flight. Tommy Wright was performing a routine and legal flight that was meant to show off the wildlife surrounding them, until the excitement of the passengers and the desire to see the visuals around them led to a momentary lapse in a drop below the required 500 feet altitude, in which Tommy Wright will deeply regret and never forget. Number 2, miscommunication and misunderstanding. The crash did not just affect Mr. Wright's passengers, but also Tommy Wright himself. The prosecution is going to berate you with the narrative that this was a malicious and intentional wrongdoing. However, Mr. Wright's statements have been taken completely out of context. After the crash, Tommy Wright was in immense pain and in a lot of shock. His statements were a result of a horrendous event, in which clarity of thought is completely compromised. Number 3, the role of downdrafts. Downdrafts are moving air currents that are a result of various weather conditions. They're uncontrollable and random, which makes them extremely dangerous. The evidence will show that downdrafts played a significant role in the crash. Tommy Wright, although an experienced pilot, cannot anticipate nor control downdrafts. It is imperative to understand that even an extremely skilled pilot can get caught off guard by the unpredictable forces of nature. As we present this case to you today, I know that you will see past the narrative you are being told and see the truth in this case. The truth is that Tommy Wright is innocent. He was continuously a victim of people interrogating him when he was in the most pain of his life. Tommy Wright is innocent. He is a passionate pilot that will grieve the loss of Mr. Metcalf forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, you may call your first witness.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you please state your name to the jury?
Sonny Marshall.
What's your occupation?
I was just enjoying my hobbies, ham radios, and camping.
Were there any unusual circumstances or conditions present during the event witnessed?
There were no unusual circumstances besides there were no unusual circumstances besides seeing the plane flying unusually low through the pass.
How did your knowledge of ham radios help you in the incident?
Ham radios helped us in this incident as when we saw the plane crash, we grabbed our radios and immediately called emergency lines.
Have you spoken to anyone about this case before today?
Only person I spoke with was Jerry, as we both witnessed the crash, and he had his license and pilots and said the plane was driving too low, flying too low.
What was Jerry's reaction to the situation at the crash site?
Once again, Jerry was shocked as he saw the pilot was negligent and was flying too low through the pass.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine.
May I proceed?
You may.
Would you say that you and Jerry have a good relationship?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed your testimony with Jerry?
No.
You stated that the plane spun around randomly and plummeted into the ground, correct?
Yes.
You stated that the defendant stated there was bad weather, correct?
Yes.
You stated that Jerry stated the plane went into stall because it was climbing too steeply?
What was the objection? Sustained.
You also stated that the weather was treacherous in that area?
There was no weather issues. The weather was fine. It was negligence from the plane driver.
Okay. And then after that, on the day of the crash, there was a bunch of talk over the radios about
unstable air current and incoming storm. Is that correct?
I wasn't aware of any of that.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Prosecution, you call your second witness.
Prosecution calls on Jamie Henderson. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the court?
My name is Jamie Henderson, but people call me Goose.
And can you tell me what you do for a living?
Can you repeat that, please?
Can you tell me what you do for a living?
I'm a wildlife photographer.
Where were you on June 11th of 2023?
I was on a scheduled flight with Tommy and Mike Metcalf, someone I met months ago before the flight at a wildlife charity event.
And what incident occurred that day?
30 minutes into the flight, when Tommy turned the plane around so Mike could get a closer look at bears we passed, the plane crashed.
Did you sustain any injuries from the crash?
Surprisingly, I was mostly okay, but other than a busted ankle and a few cuts and scrapes, I was in better condition than I'd say both of the other people in the plane.
And what did Tommy Wright say to you after the plane crash happened?
He said we were high enough. We were above deck and it was a downdraft that caused the crash, a really big downdraft. When I tried to argue that we're going pretty low, he cut me off and threatened to not give any referrals to my business if I didn't do as he told me to.
And can you state what the NTSB investigator asked you when they first arrived?
When the investigator arrived, he asked point blank how high we were going at the time of the crash.
How did you respond to the questions being asked?
I regret it now, but because I was thinking about my business and putting food on the table, I said we were definitely going high enough.
And at the hospital, who showed up in your room?
Taryn, Tommy's business partner, showed up.
And what did Taryn give to you?
Can you repeat that, please?
What did Taryn give to you?
Oh, he gave me a note.
When opening the note, what did it say?
It said exactly, I am so sorry, but remember what I said, and you'll be okay.
Now, what happened the day the NTSB investigator came back to talk with you again?
On the day the investigator came back, he showed up with our flight data and said we were definitely going too low, lower than I originally said at least.
And what made you come clean about what really happened the day of the crash?
Partly the pressure from the investigator, who seemed like he already knew I was lying from the flight data. Partly because I was worried about my business, but mostly because I felt guilty when I heard Mike passed away.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Defense may cross-examine.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
So you stated that throughout your years working with Tommy, you never felt unsafe in the plane with him, correct?
No, although he did do some risky maneuvers in the plane, I felt pretty safe with him.
And for all the time that you have known the defendant, you would say that deep down he's a good person, correct?
Yes.
So much so that you decided to work with him for his company, correct?
Yes.
So on July 11th, 2023, you claimed that Tommy was flying too close to the ground, correct?
Yes.
Can you back this claim up with 100% certainty?
I can't be 100% sure, but by looking around, I'd say we were definitely too close to the ground because we were absolutely below the mountain right next to us. I believe it was the Mount Dominic. We're clearly too close to the ground compared to Mount Dominic.
Okay. Now, you don't have any credentials in flying, correct?
Can you read that, please?
This is an aircraft matter, so it is relevant. Overruled.
You don't have any credentials in flying, correct?
No, I don't.
However, you still claim to understand how far the pilot must be from the ground, correct?
I said I estimated around a couple of hundred feet. We were a couple of hundred feet off the ground, and compared to surroundings, we did seem pretty close.
Okay, but you can't state with full certainty the estimated in feet that the plane was off the ground, correct?
No, I can't.
You also claim that on July 11th, during the flight, you felt what appeared to be an air pocket, correct?
Yes.
And you described the feeling of the air pocket to be like when you're in a big plane and there's turbulence, correct?
Yes.
So you can state with full 100% certainty that Tommy flying the plane too close to the ground was the true cause of the crash on July 11th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
With 100% certainty.
Oh, not 100%.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Prosecution, you may call your third witness.
Prosecution calls Treat Mitchell. May I proceed?
You may.
Please introduce yourself to the court.
Hello everybody, my name is Treat Mitchell and I'm an investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board, also known as NTSB for short.
Can you state your relation to this case?
I was an NTSB investigator in the case and they told me to review it.
What occurred on July 11, 2023?
I received a call at the time from the NTSB leadership indicating that a small plane had just gone down on the southwestern side of Mount Dominic, right around the border between Chinook County and Cascade County.
What did you do after learning about the crash?
Can you repeat the question?
What did you do after learning about the crash?
Sorry, can you restate it?
What did you do after learning about the crash?
I observed the wreckage of a Cessna 172 Skyhawk, a four-seat single propeller aircraft made by a Cessna company.
Can you explain to the court what a 135 flight is?
A 1-3 flight is a flight in which the pilot carries passengers in exchange for compensation that is named by the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA.
What did you do once you arrived at the crash site?
I arrived at the crash scene,
the crash scene. And I investigated the people there because they were emergency responders there first, and I waited. I'm sorry. There were emergency responders on the scene tending to the plane's passengers and the pilot. I announced to all of them and introduced myself before doing one-on-one interviews with everybody.
What was your interaction with Tommy Wright?
I did not interact with him.
What is a downdraft?
A downdraft is an air mass that moves in a downward direction, and they can be manageable, but drops in altitude.
What were one of your questions you asked to Tommy?
I did not.
What, if anything, were any other investigations you did at the crash site?
Sorry, repeat it?
What, if anything, were any other investigations you did at the crash site?
I investigated Goose Henderson. Before talking to the defendant.
What is a Garmin GPS tracker?
It's a navigation device amongst pilots of small planes.
What did you see in the GPS log?
I seen that the defendant decreased suddenly from 550 feet to about 400 feet, and it stayed for about 30 seconds.
Did you, if anything, show Tommy the GPS log?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine.
Hello? Hello? Yeah? Maybe.
You may.
Before becoming an investigator, were you a fighter pilot in the Navy?
Sorry, can you repeat? I can't hear you.
Before becoming an investigator, were you a fighter pilot in the Navy?
Yes.
Were you occasionally involved in countless incidents due to reckless flying?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Were you occasionally involved in countless incidents due to reckless flying?
Yes.
Were you ever forced to eject from a plane due to reckless flying?
Overruled, it goes to her testimony as a flight expert.
Do I ask one? Were you ever forced to eject from a plane due to reckless flying? Were you ever forced to eject from a plane due to reckless flying?
No.
Is it true that you left the Navy while being investigated for insubordination?
You sound mumbled. Sorry.
Is it true that you left the Navy while being investigated for insubordination?
Objection, relevance.
It can be used as impeachment for the veracity and the truth of the witness, so overruled.
Is it true that you left the Navy while being investigated for insubordination?
Yes.
Did you claim that your lawyer got you a sweet deal during your investigation?
No.
No. Were you honorably discharged from the Navy?
Sorry?
Were you honorably discharged from the Navy?
Yes.
So is a downdraft a sudden downward moving current of air?
Yes.
You testified that downdrafts have been known to cause sudden drops in altitudes for planes. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Is it impossible for the plane crash on July 11 to have been caused by a downdraft?
Sorry?
Is it impossible for the plane crash on July 11 to have been caused by a downdraft?
It's unlikely to occur.
Is it true that you approached Mike Metcalf for questioning only hours after the plane crash?
No.
Do you recall noticing that Mike Metcalf had suffered a major head wound?
Can you repeat the ending?
That he had suffered a major head wound?
No, I do not recall.
When you approached him for questioning, you testified that he seemed barely conscious. Is this true?
Sorry?
When you approached him for questioning, you testified that he seemed barely conscious. Is this true?
No.
Did you proceed to question him even after recognizing him in a delirious state?
Yes.
Is it true that you questioned Tommy Wright hours after being involved in the same crash?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Is the defense ready to proceed? Defense, you may call your first witness.
The defense calls witness Tommy Wright to the stand. May I proceed? Okay. Please state your name for the jury.
Tommy Wright.
Can you describe your profession in relation to your experience as a pilot?
Yes, I can. During flight school, I memorized all the handbooks from page to page, front and back. I had at least 1,000 hours of aerial mappings my first 5 years. Then I started as a contract pilot for smaller companies. I made a connection with Merlin.
Objection, narrative.
Sustained.
Another skilled pilot, and started a business together.
Sorry, sir. Objection was sustained. Please ask the question.
Prior to your involvement at the scene, what information did you have regarding Treat Mitchell's occupation, if any?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Prior to your involvement at the scene, what information did you have regarding Treat Mitchell's occupation, if any?
He didn't provide any occupation for me.
Could you describe your interactions with the NTSB agent, Treat Mitchell?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Could you describe the interactions that you had with NTSB agent, Treat Mitchell?
The interactions I had with Mitchell was very hostile. He shoved pictures and different charts of graphs in my face.
Following the crash, how did your experience with NTSB agent Treat Mitchell influence or affect you?
He didn't, or wait, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Following the crash, how did your experience with Treat Mitchell influence or affect you?
Oh, he made me, I didn't like the way he spoke to me, and it seemed very hostile again, so I told him to leave.
In what ways, if any, has the crash had an emotional impact on you?
Yes, I felt absolutely terrible about the accident. I'm happy that Goose recovered quickly, and I blame myself. I try not to blame myself for what happened to Mike.
Did you take any action with the intention of causing the crash?
No, I didn't.
Can the jury take a look at Exhibit 6? Mr. Wright, can you describe Exhibit 6?
Yes, I can. That's my prescription of Organox 25 milligrams.
And how did you feel when you were taking the medication following the crash?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How did you feel when you took the medication following the crash?
A little dizzy and drowsy.
Following the crash, were you primarily focused on the well-being of yourself and passengers, or deliberately misleading the NTSB investigator?
In compound.
Overruled at this time.
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
Following the crash, were you focused primarily on the well-being of yourself and the passengers, or on deliberately misleading the NTSB investigator?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Following the crash, were you focused primarily on the well-being of yourself and the passengers on the crash, or deliberately misleading the NTSB investigator, Treat Mitchell?
My primary focus was to fly safe and low enough for Goose to take pictures of the bear family we spotted. Mike was enthusiastic about the bears, so he asked to turn around, and I safely did.
That's all. Oh, that's all. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
Hello, Manager Nara, I'm going to cross-examine. Is it true you were always trying to one-up Taryn, also known as murder in flight school?
Sorry, say that one more time?
Is it true you were always trying to one-up Taryn, also known as Merlin in flight school?
Yes.
Is it true that after you graduated, you did aerial stunts?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
After you graduated, is it true that you did aerial stunts?
Yes.
Did you say in quote in your testimony, there's nothing like impressing another pilot?
I'm sorry, can you speak more clear?
Did you say in your testimony, in quote, there's nothing like impressing another pilot?
Yes.
Knowing Mike's experience, did you want to show off?
No.
Please restate the question.
Knowing Mike's experience, did you want to show off?
No.
Overruled.
Were you trying to thread the needle between about 500 to 600 feet?
Say that one more time?
When you were flying the pass, were you trying to thread the needle between 500 and 600 feet?
Yes.
After Mike yelled he has seen a family of bears, were you trying to fly low so Mike can get a better look?
Yes, but above 500 feet.
In your testimony, you said, in quote, you can often eyeball the distance, so were you sure?
From my experience of flying 15 years, yes.
Were you aware that for 30 seconds you were flying below 500 feet, which is below FAA's regulation?
Repeat that?
Were you aware on the graph that you were flying below 500 feet for 30 seconds, which is below FAA's regulation?
No.
Is it true after the crash, you remember he was groggy?
That I was groggy? Yes.
Okay. So is it true you were more concerned about your insurance more than your passengers at the time of the crash?
No.
In your testimony, you said you were. At the time of the crash, you said you were more concerned, you were only worrying about your insurance, and you only cared about how the business will fall after the crash. You were only concerned after in the hospital that you questioned about your passengers.
Objection relevance?
It is relevant, but there would be another suitable objection.
Objection compound.
It is argumentative and I will overrule on that matter.
All right, I'm good.
Thank you, counsel. Here's Mr. Defense, you may call your next witness.
I call Terry Rainer. May I begin?
Yes.
Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Taryn Hawkins, but I go by Marilyn Harrison.
What is your connection to the case?
I am business partners with Tommy Wright, and we run Job Charter Fence.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a career pilot.
How long have you been working in this role?
Can you please repeat that?
How long have you been working in this role?
For many years, I can't even count how long.
Have you ever been involved in any criminal activity?
Can you please repeat that? It's a little muffled.
Have you ever been involved in any criminal activity?
Objection relevance.
It is relevant, so I will overrule this time.
Well, when I was younger, I went to juvie for under perjury charges.
Did you see Tommy Wright at a specific time and date during the crash?
Yes. On June 11th, 2023, I saw him and I stopped by the hangar and I knew Tommy loved flying past Cook Pass, so I thought it was going to be easy. I never saw the crash coming.
What were you doing during the time of the crash?
The time of the crash, I went to go see them. I also saw Mike McCaff there. And I just assumed he was going to be a now regular customer after this, so I told Tommy to go all out with it.
From what you saw, did Tommy do anything wrong that day?
No.
Based on your experience, is Tommy the type of person who would commit this kind of act?
No, he's usually really good with flying. I've seen him, he has great sight and instincts behind the controls.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
Can you please restate your name for the members of the jury?
My name is Taryn Hawkins, but I also go by Marilyn.
May I proceed? Is it true you faced perjury charges before, correct?
Yes, when I was younger.
You and Tommy are known to be adrenaline junkies as well, correct?
Yes.
You met Tommy at flight school?
Yes.
You said you could tell Tommy was threatened by you.
Yes, but I didn't mind it. He's just trying to get to be the best.
You and Tommy would get into some mischief from time to time while flying. wild stunts, correct?
Yes, but it was all good and fun.
Oregon has some tricky passes to fly through, correct?
Correct.
That would make it dangerous to fly through them.
Yes, but we're experienced.
You've also gotten complaints from customers, correct?
Yes, but nothing came of it because we knew what we were doing.
And you have also gotten radio warnings for dangerously low altitude while flying as well, correct?
Correct.
You took Goose on a flight one time.
Yes.
During that flight, you didn't really enjoy the flight due to you saying Goose was being a scaredy cat and chirping in your ear, saying he was in your ear talking about regulations.
Yes, it was ruining the experience.
You went to go see, pause. The day of the crash was July 11th, correct?
Correct.
On the day of the crash, you told Tommy to go all out.
I did.
You went to go see Tommy in the hospital on July 12th, correct?
Yes.
You stated you believed getting information was important to you.
I do, yes.
You also said that getting information about the crash was important so you would know what to do for the next time a crash occurred, correct?
I would say more to not make the same mistake, not looking for another crash, yes.
And you also said that getting information was important due to, in case if press or any customers ask you about the crash, correct?
Yes.
You saw Tommy write the note for Goose, correct?
I did, yes.
Can I please pull up Exhibit 5 so she can read it to the members of the jury?
You may.
Can you please state what that note says?
As of right now, it says, I'm so sorry.
When you went to go deliver the note to Goose, you said his reaction was not expected, correct?
Correct.
You detailed that his smile faded and Goose asked you to leave.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Hello. Sorry. We'd like to call up Dallas Lynn. Maybe.
You may begin.
Can you please state your name to the court?
My name is Dallas Lynn.
What is your relation to this case?
I am an investigator.
How long have you worked as an investigator?
For 10 years.
Can you tell us what makes mountain flying dangerous?
Well, I was a witness during the... Wait, you said what was the question?
Can you tell us what makes mountain flying dangerous?
What makes a mountain dangerous is because of the terrain. It acts as sort of a barrier for GPS signals, and it makes it more difficult for the connection to stay consistent, which is very dangerous for pilots.
Based on your knowledge or experience, what are common factors that lead to crashes?
Could you repeat that again?
Based on knowledge or experience, what are common factors that lead to crashes?
Some common factors that I've seen over my years are a type of microburst, which is a small and concentrated downburst that produces an outburst of typical strong winds or near the surface. Dry microbursts can although occur with little to no precipitation, which is very common.
How did you first learn about the crash in this case?
I was watching the news.
You were what?
I was watching the news. What was your reaction when you heard about it? Just as anyone else, that it must have been an accident. Did you notice anything unusual about the GPS data? I did notice some gaps within the GPS system. From your experience, is the GPS data always 100% accurate? I don't typically believe that a GPS system can always particularly be accurate due to when flying through mountain ranges, it can cut off. Based on your knowledge, can a downdraft force a plane down below 500 feet without a pilot intention? The terrain for aircrafts for downdrafts can be very dangerous. It can even cause the nose of a plane to crash down at any given point. What did you learn about Tommy Wright's mental and physical state after the crash? It was clear that Tommy Wright was in a continuous state of shock from the crash through the time when he was hospitalized. So, from your review, did Wright show signs of being in shock? Yes, he did. Based on all your research, interviews, and experience, do you believe the crash was intentional? Or was it most likely an accident caused by outside forces? No, I do not believe that Tommy Wright was intentional and that it must have been an accident. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
May I proceed?
You may.
You didn't witness the crash in person, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You were also hired by the defense to testify, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with FAA regulations?
Yes, I am.
And they explicitly prohibit flying below 500 feet, correct?
Yes.
Do you think the data from the GPS systems are reliable?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Do you think that the GPS data is reliable?
No, I don't.
But you did confirm that there were drops below 500 feet in the GPS yourself, correct?
I believe so.
In quote, I know that there are recordings below the 500-foot floor. And there was no situation of emergency regarding the descent, correct? Okay. And the GPS data also shows that the plane was stabilizing at around 450 feet for half a minute before crashing.
Yes, that is correct.
And the defendant also stated himself that he prefers to use his visual skills to calculate his altitudes, correct?
I'm sure that's what he said.
How would you describe the weather today of the crash?
Well, due to the forecast, there were no heavy winds and that.
So would you say that it would be a very rare or unlikely chance that there would be a downdraft or microburst?
It's rare, but not impossible.
Would you say that because the defendant was flying so low, that the downdraft that could have occurred, the reason that they crashed is because they were too low?
Can you repeat that question?
Let me just go past that. Is it correct that you yourself cannot come to any concrete solutions for why the crash occurred? You also said that Tommy Wright, the defendant, was in a state of shock during and after the crash, right?
Yes, that is correct.
You also believed that the medicine that he was taking was affecting his cognitive abilities or I guess ability to lie in the seat, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you a licensed pharmacist or psychologist, and are you able to actually tell the jury and everyone else for certain that that's what happened?
I'm not a doctor, but I did train as an EMT.
You also said that it was unknowable if the crash had come from a downdraft, correct?
Due to downdrafts, it typically is really not rare. It's really hard to detect any type of downburst.
You also said that you would be flying higher than Tommy was at around 800 or 900 feet to be more cautious, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that means that you think the defendant was flying too low?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, are you ready to give your closing argument? Your excuse.
Today, you heard the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright. On July 11, 2023, Tommy Wright, the defendant in this case, had a scenic flight scheduled with old business partner, friend, and photographer Jamie Goose Henderson, and Henderson's friend, Mike Cobra Metcalf. It was through the defendant's reckless maneuvers on this flight and his scheme to cover them up afterward that has led us to be here today. Following the crash, defendant Tommy Wright engaged in a scheme to conceal from the NTSB investigator the fact that Wright had descended the aircraft below 500 feet in violation of applicable FAA regulations. Wright also lied at least twice directly to an NTSB investigator in response to direct questioning about the aircraft's altitude leading up to the crash. And finally, defendant Tommy Wright further threatened to withhold business from longtime business partner and passenger Jamie Henderson unless the passenger repeated the same lie to the same NTSB investigator, which the passenger did. For all of these reasons, Tommy Wright has been charged with violating Title 18, United States Code Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. It is clear, based on the facts of this case, the defendant Tommy Wright acted based on a reckless disregard for the FAA rules that he was very well aware of, and in the process put his passengers in danger. Throughout the investigation, the defendant was continuously combative, threatening, and not forthcoming. The defense may have argued that Tommy feels remorseful and that he didn't actually lie to the investigator, that he only told her what he knew, that he was an experienced pilot who made a mistake, but the facts paint a different picture. He may not have been in control of the downdrafts, but he could control how high he was flying. And by following those FAA regulations, he might not have crashed. There are multiple people who reported the plane was much too low. In fact, it was Metcalf's dying statement. We must remember that at the end of the day, the defendant covered up and hid what he had done because he knew he had made a huge mistake. We are confident that after hearing all that has been presented to you today, you will return a verdict of guilty. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, are you ready to proceed with closing argument?
Members of the jury, it is easy to lie. It is easy to make up a story. What is hard is to tell the truth. At the end of the day, when you are faced between innocence and guilt, you have to choose one. You are between two options. And when there are only two options, That is when people start lying and making up stories and trying to find a way to go one side or the other. They have only showed you a narrative. They have shown you no facts. What facts have you heard today that have solidified your decision? You are not going to be one way or the other. The question is of reasonable doubt. Do you truly believe that this man maliciously and intently did this? Do you truly believe that that man got in the plane with the intent of this mistake happening? I am not asking you to believe that Tommy Wright is a perfect man. I am not asking you to believe that Tommy Wright is a perfect pilot. If anything, it is shown today that he is not. A mistake was made. A mistake was made while he was flying the plane. All three of the passengers know the risk of getting in that plane and the risk of flying in general. For 30 seconds, that plane was below the altitude it needed to be. For 30 seconds. 30 seconds is going to cost a man the entire rest of his life. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it is time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it, and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct, or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. And 3. The defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. In deciding whether to believe a witness, consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe a witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, like eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, like flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit it in writing to the bailiff. Thank you.
audience give these awesome lawyers a big round of applause, please? Yeah, they killed it. They did a really, really good job. So, okay, we're at kind of an awkward timing right now because of the fact that this was supposed to end at like 11:30 and then we were supposed to do a 30-minute lunch. But what time is it? 11:17. My class, you guys have 45 minutes for lunch instead of 30. Everybody needs to be back in their seats. Trial 3 needs to be ready to go by 12:02. Okay? The other classes that are here, you guys can just hang out. Have fun. Is that okay?
gas one isn't? Just walk over there and be like, can you hear me now? Yeah, like, can you hear me?
Testing, 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 testing. I feel like they can.
It gets louder as I get closer. Nice. So, right here. Slowly and clearly and defined, so that way. Wait. I said 12 or 18.
Really fix it up. You really gotta hold the thing in place. Okay, guys. Okay, here we're going to start. Okay, just a couple of reminders. It looks like we lost a lot of folks on the way. Oh yeah. Suffering, pain and suffering will happen. Okay, so just a couple of reminders. Guys, sit in the middle, please. My class, people, sit in the middle, don't sit in the back. Also, so you guys know, I can hear you guys out here when you're talking. If you are talking, it's really, really easy to hear you up here. Okay? We got 2 cases left to do today, and that'll be it for Journey for Justice in America. Cool? You guys good? Okay. Do you guys have any questions? Do you guys know what you're doing? All right. What? How much is the packet? Packet was worth 2 billion points.
All rise.
Stand up. All right.
The Court of General Sessions, Wilson High School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Haynes.
Please be seated. Before we proceed, there has been a verdict reached in the second case.
Guys, shh. Stop talking. We're locked in now. You had your 45, actually an hour for lunch. Chill. We have a verdict from the last case.
In the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, the defendant was charged in count 1 with obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. As to that count, the jury has found the defendant guilty. In this trial, the people of the United States of America are charging the defendant Tommy Wright with 18 U.S.C. section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the jury. On July 11th, 2023, a small aircraft fell from the Oregon sky. Although someone did tragically lose their life that day, a different kind of danger took shape. Not in the sky, but on the ground, and the words spoken after the crash. This case is not just about aviation. It's about accountability, honesty, and the obligation every citizen has to tell the truth to the federal government, especially in investigations where safety and lives are at stake. This case is about the false statements made by Tommy Wright, not during the chaos of the crash, but in the panic, not in the panic of an emergency, but knowingly and willfully during an interview with a federal investigator. Let's be clear, this is not a trial about why the plane crashed. This is a federal case about what happened afterwards, when Tommy Wright gave an official interview to the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB. In that interview, Wright claimed that they were flying at or above 500 feet above ground level when the crash occurred. That's what's being disputed. Did Tommy Wright tell the truth or not? The prosecution will prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Tommy Wright knowingly and willingly lied, and that lie violated Title 18, U.S. Code 1001, which makes it a federal crime to knowingly make a false statement in any matter within the jurisdiction of the executive branch, including the NTSB. This wasn't just a mistake. It wasn't confusion. It was a lie to avoid accountability. You will hear from Special Investigator Treat Mitchell, the lead NTSB investigator on this case. They will testify that during Wright's official interview, Wright stated they had been flying at or above 500 feet in compliance with regulations. But when the NTSB pulled the aircraft's flight data from the GPS system, the numbers told a different story. The flight log recorded the aircraft descending as low as 412 feet shortly before the crash. That number, it's not an estimate, it's not a guess. It comes from digital timestamp GPS data that directly contradicts what Wright told the investigator. The government must be able to rely on accurate reports from those involved in incidents, otherwise, investigations can't fix what's broken. If Tommy Wright had been honest, this investigation might have led improved flight instruction, better training, and pilot safety reforms. Instead, it was obstructed. That obstruction is what we're here to address. Let me define two important terms that are essential to understanding this case. Knowingly means you are aware and intentional, not by accident or mistake. Willingly means it was done on purpose with intent. It wasn't a misunderstanding, it was deliberate. We are not here because someone had a bad memory. We are here because someone made a deliberate choice to lie. That lie violated federal law. Let's walk through the events. July 11th, Wright took off from the airport. Conditions were clear. No engine failure, no mechanical issue, but instead of staying at a safe and legal altitude, Wright flew dangerously low, crashing into an open field. It wasn't just the flight that went off course. Later, when federal investigators began their inquiry, Wright told them something that data proves is false. He said the flight maintained an altitude of 500 feet above ground. Why would he lie? Because flying below that minimum is a violation of aviation norms, common sense, and the law. If Wright admitted the truth, there would be consequences. Grounding, license suspension, training repercussions, likely the end of his business. So instead of owning to a reckless decision that caused the life, Wright lied. But today, the truth has caught up. The GPS log recorded automatically during a flight clearly shows the aircraft descending far below 500 feet for an extended time. That is why the resolution in this case, that Tommy Wright knowingly and willfully made false statements to a federal investigator, is not just a technical violation, it's a serious threat to the system we all rely on to keep our skies safe. Members of the jury, aviation only works because of trust. Trust that when something goes wrong, we can investigate it honestly, learn from it, and make sure it doesn't happen again. But lies break that trust. The resolution before you is simple and specific. Tommy Wright knowingly and willfully made statements to a federal investigator. You've heard that 3 times now, and you'll hear it again and again before this trial ends. Because in the end, facts don't lie, data doesn't lie, but Tommy Wright did. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, are you present your opening statement?
All right. Good afternoon, Your Honor, opposing counsel, and members of the jury. On the morning of July 11, 2023, the skies were clear, the sun was shining, and the weather reports called for perfect flying conditions. It was, by all accounts, an ideal day for aviation. The kind of day pilots look forward to. That morning, Captain Tommy Wright, a great pilot with over 30 years of flight experience, was at the controls of her aircraft. At first, everything proceeded just as expected: smooth skies, steady course, a routine flight. But as you will learn during this trial, even the clearest skies can turn treacherous. Without warning, a sudden and violent downdraft gripped the aircraft, pulling it into a deadly descent. What began as a calm, predictable flight became a terrifying ordeal in a matter of seconds. The plane crashed, it slammed into the terrain, and a hydraulic press on board pinned Captain Wright, crushing her hips and leaving her immobilized. She was trapped, severely injured for nearly 30 minutes, and in a profound state of shock. Also on board was Jamie Henderson, a photographer, and Mike Metcalf, a former Navy pilot. Ms. Henderson walked away with relatively minor injuries, but tragically, Mr. Metcalf lost his life. In the aftermath of this tragedy, the government looked for answers. But instead of seeking the truth, they sought someone to blame. They turned their attention to Captain Wright, not because of compelling evidence, but because she survived. The prosecution wants you to believe that Tommy Wright obstructed justice, that she lied, that she manipulated a witness, but there is a fundamental flaw in their case. Tommy Wright's confidence in her altitude before, during, and after the flight cast serious doubts on his accusations. And in a criminal case, doubt matters. Reasonable doubt isn't a technicality, it is a cornerstone of our justice system. The prosecution bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt, not just that something might have happened, but that it happened with intent. That Captain Wright knowingly and willfully obstructed justice. Intent is the highest mental standard in the law, and it must be proven to you with clarity and certainty. No maybes, no assumption, no guesswork. We will examine what Captain Wright believed at the time of the flight. You'll hear about flight data from the government's own investigator, Chief Mitchell, who claims the aircraft dipped below 500-foot legal minimum. But under cross-examination, Mr. Mitchell will be forced to admit that the GPS data he relies on has a built-in margin of error of up to 100 feet. That's not a minor glitch, it's a major flaw. Captain Wright didn't rely on that data. She relied on her training, her instincts, and her visual references, something that all experienced pilots are taught to do. Her belief that she was in compliance with the law was grounded in skill, not guesswork, and that belief creates doubt. The prosecution will try to convince you that Captain Wright threatened Jamie Henderson, that she pressured her to say they were flying high enough. But what you will hear directly from Captain Wright, you'll see a very different picture. She wasn't issuing threats, she was asking a fellow survivor, someone who had been in the plane with her, to recall what they had both seen. Ms. Henderson may have interpreted it differently in hindsight, but interpretation is not intent. There was no malice, no pressure, and no threat. We will demonstrate that Captain Wright was in no condition to mislead anyone, let alone obstruct a federal investigation. You'll hear from Lieutenant Dallas Lynn, who will explain how severe physical pain and psychological shock impair the brain's ability to form deliberate, calculated lies. Captain Wright was crushed, bleeding, and mentally disoriented. She wasn't scheming, she was surviving. And that's what matters. Because without intent, there is no crime. So at the end of this trial, you will be asked to make a decision. But that decision must be based on evidence, not assumptions, on fact, not fear, and on the law, not emotion. The prosecution carries the burden. They must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Captain Wright's unwavering belief in her altitude, her inability to form intent in the midst of trauma, and her honesty with the investigators all raise reasonable doubt. And that's why, at the end of this case, my co-counsel and I will stand before you and ask for only one verdict, the one the law demands when doubt remains, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, you may call your first witness.
I would like to bring up Jamie Goose Henderson, please. May I proceed, Your Honor? Okay, please state your name in relation to the case.
Hello, my name is Jamie Goose Henderson, but my friends call me Goose, and I was in a plane crash with Tommy Wright and Mike Metcalf.
Who is Tommy Wright?
I work with him, and he was a pilot of the aircraft.
How long have you known Tommy?
I've known him for about 15 years.
What is it that you two do for work?
Tommy gives a tour to passengers while I take photos of the scenery.
I would like to dive a little deeper. Can you tell me what and if anything happened July 11th, 2023?
There was a scheduled flight with Tommy and this guy, Mike.
Were you on that flight?
Yes.
What was it like being on that flight?
About 30 minutes into the flight, Mike says he saw a bear and asked Tommy if he can get a closer look.
Did Tommy do anything?
He swung the aircraft 180 degrees around and began to descend.
Has Tommy ever had this kind of behavior before?
Yes.
What did you observe?
He took a sharp turn and almost crashed the plane.
How long ago was this?
A year or so.
Let's go back to July 11th, 2023. How high were you off the ground when Tommy did a 180?
A couple hundred feet above.
What and if did anything happen after that?
We crashed.
Did Tommy ever say anything to you after the crash?
Yes, he said, Goose, we were high enough, we were above deck, and it was a downdraft that caused this crash. It was a really big downdraft.
And did you reply?
I said, Tommy, I don't know what the rules are, but we seemed like we were pretty low looking for that bear.
Can you elaborate?
He interrupted me and said, Goose, if you ever want another business referral from me ever again, we were flying high and it was a crazy downdraft. Got it?
And what or if happened after that?
I didn't reply.
Were you transferred to a hospital?
Yes.
Did anything happen there?
I got a visit from Thomas's coworker, Tehran. He gave me a letter that is in Exhibit 5.
May I? Exhibit 5? Jerry?
Yes.
And did the note say anything?
Yes, it said, I'm so sorry, but remember what I said, you'll be okay.
Did you do anything with the letter?
Yes, I threw it away not thinking I would need it.
Can you summarize what tone Tommy had if he had one?
It was very aggressive and it sounded like a threat.
Why did he threaten you?
He wanted to threaten me because if I didn't lie about my business, it would fall and I'd be out of a job and that'd be my only income.
Can you add on to that last answer?
He told me to lie for him to save my job and his business.
That'll be all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine the witness.
Good morning, Mr. Henderson. Good morning, Jamie Henderson. It is my understanding that you and Tommy Wright have been friends for over 2 decades, correct?
Yes.
You trust Tommy, correct?
Yes, I do.
The partnership with Tommy allowed you to make a lot of money, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Wright always intended to give customers the best experience, correct?
Correct.
Did you or did you not testify, Mr. Mitchell, the National Transportation Safety Board investigator, that you were above deck and after clarified that meant above 500 feet?
Yes, I did.
Is it true that your opinion is now different?
Yes, it is.
Would you consider yourself an anxious or nervous flyer?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Would you consider yourself an anxious or nervous flyer?
No.
Do you usually feel uneasy going anything below 800 feet of altitude?
No.
You claim the plane went lower than Mount Dominic, correct?
Yes.
Mount Dominic is around the altitude of 700 feet, correct?
Correct.
So you don't recall knowing exactly how high the plane was before the crash?
I'm not 100% sure how high we were, but I know we were pretty low, and I couldn't see the Mount Dominic. We were below it.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Prosecution, you may call your next witness.
Prosecution would like to bring out Chief Mitchell. Prosecution would like to bring out Chief Mitchell. Good afternoon. Please state your full name for the record.
Treat Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell, what is your occupation?
I'm an investigator at the National Transportation Safety Board.
Mr. Mitchell, can you please describe your role in the investigation of July 11, 2023 plane crash near Mount Dominic?
So I got a call at around, just at around 5 o'clock on July 11, 2023, from my leadership indicating that there was a small plane that had gone down south on the southwestern side of Mount Dominic, right around the border between Chinook County and Cascade County. My office is kind of situated at Rowe International Airport, which is a little less than an hour from the crash site. So I grabbed my kit, hopped in my truck, and made a call to the family telling them I was going to be a little late. And was approaching the crash site at around 10 minutes after 6 o'clock.
Can you describe what you observed upon arriving at the scene?
What I observed while arriving at the scene was the plane itself was mostly, but not entirely intact. The front side and the right side landing gear were crushed, I assume which was on impact, and the right wing had broken in half. The plane was kind of leaning on its side with the pilot side door on the left side up in the air. There were emergency responders on the scene who I was with, and they were asking me who I was with and what I was there to do. I cannot say for sure if everybody heard me, but I always introduce myself before doing one-on-one interviews, so I didn't pay that much attention to it. But I then went to go talk to the victims, which was the pilot, which I identified as Tommy Wright, and then the one sitting right next to him, which was identified as Mike Metcalf, and then the one right behind him, which was identified as Goose Henderson.
Mr. Mitchell, you interviewed Mr. Wright at the hospital following the crash. You stated that he was evasive and combative when questioned about the plane's altitude.
Mr. Wright? So after I interviewed Henderson first, which is Goose Henderson, I visited the defendant who was at the same hospital, and I went to the defendant's room just trying to get more information about the crash, and the defendant was evasive and combative, but from what I could tell, lucid. The defendant didn't really give a straight answer, just a lot of yelling things like, I don't know, I was high enough, get out of here, and shooing me away with their arms. That didn't surprise me. because of course somebody's going to be angry when they're caught in a lie.
Following your initial interview, you returned to the hospital and again attempted to question Mr. Wright about the altitude. He reportedly responded by repeating downdraft, downdraft, downdraft. Consider the calm weather conditions on the day of the crash as reported in weather reports. What is your professional opinion on the likelihood of a downdraft causing a crash at proper altitude?
Based on both of my experience investigating airplane crashes for the NTSB and my own personal experience as a pilot in the Navy, it's my belief that the defendant was flying below 500 feet. Experienced a downdraft, and that's what caused his crash. He was too low. If he was at the proper altitude, then that wouldn't have even been a factor to crash.
Based on your investigation and experience, what is the minimum safe altitude for the aircraft type involved in this accident, considering its proximity to mountainous terrain?
For mountainous terrain, it should be above 500 feet.
You stated that you obtained Mr. Wright's FAA permit, Exhibit 2. Did this permit outline specific requirements regarding minimum safe altitudes during flight?
Yes, it did.
Mr. Mitchell, your statement indicates that you believe Mr. Wright was flying below 500 feet, correct?
Yes, sir.
What evidence aside from Mr. Wright's statement supports this belief?
He does have a Garmin 370 GPS device, which is something I also have in one of my plans, which is for my account, pretty accurate.
Mr. Mitchell, you mentioned your conversation with Mr. Wright was seemingly unfocused despite his lucidity. Did you observe any behaviors or statements during interaction with Mr. Wright that might suggest an attempt to conceal information that was led to the investigation? Please elaborate.
Say it one more time.
Mr. Mitchell.
You say leading? Please state the question again so I can hear it.
You mentioned your conversation with Mr. Wright was seemingly unfocused despite his lucidity. Did you observe any behaviors or statements during your interaction with Mr. Wright that might suggest an attempt to conceal information that was led to the investigation?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
No further.
You can rephrase the question if you'd like.
Is there anything that you noticed during at the scenes or in having a conversation with Mr. Wright that you state?
He just seemed very irritated and combative every time I tried to get more information about the crash, and usually people would try to get their side of the story to kind of clear their name, but he was just defensive the whole time, so I'll take that as it is.
No more questions.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. You stated in your affidavit that during your time in the Navy you had a reputation of being careless. Is it correct?
Careless is kind of a stretch. I think more of it as risk-taking.
Well, can you read lines 12 to 13 in your affidavit, please?
My supposed carelessness, I'm not calling myself carelessness. The others are calling me carelessness. I'm just refuting it.
Okay. Is it true you caused multiple safety incidents?
That is true.
Thank you. During your investigation, you noticed a GPS called the Garmin 370. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The GPS has 50 to 100 foot margin of error. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree that this margin could affect a pilot's altitude reading?
From a general standpoint, yes, it could.
So is it possible that the height a pilot might be flying at may not be entirely accurate due to that 100 foot margin of error?
Not 100% accurate.
Okay. Would you agree that a faulty GPS could lead a pilot to misjudge altitude?
To an extent.
Is it possible Tommy Wright believed he was flying at a proper altitude? Sorry. Is it possible Tommy Wright believed he was flying at the proper altitude when he went down to photograph the animal, but due to a faulty altitude indicator, he was actually below 500 feet?
I would believe with his experience, he should know the correct distance from the ground he should be at.
If the altitude indicator was not functioning correctly, would that explain the situation where a pilot believed they were above 500 feet when they were not?
Somewhat.
And an unexpected draft wind could contribute to a sudden loss of lift. Is that correct?
The chances of that is just kind of unrealistic.
What are the chances of that happening when...
1 in 1,000.
What are the chances of that happening if they were flying below 500 feet?
A lot higher than that.
So if a pilot was relying on an inaccurate GPS and encountered an unexpected draft wind, could that combination contribute to a crash?
If they were flying above the proper 500, that shouldn't have been a big factor in the crash.
But what if the GPS was unreliable?
I've been flying 12 years, I've never had any GPS manufacturers in it. Mishaps, and I have the same GPS.
I'll sustain that. Alright, so based on all the factors involved, you can't say with certainty that Tommy Wright was, hold on, can I restate the question? Based on all the factors involved, you can't say with certainty that the crash was the result of Tommy Wright's actions, can you?
Well, he was flying the plane.
But the GPS has a margin of error of 100 to 50 feet.
That's just, I feel like that's just speculation. I feel like if he has his own business and he's flying a plane, then he should be able to make sure that he's above 500 for sure, just to make sure that all of his participants and himself is safe.
So if the GPS has a margin of 100 feet, is it possible that he thought he was flying at about 500 feet, but in reality he was flying at 400 feet?
A very low possibility.
But the GPS he found does have a margin of 100 foot.
There's usually margins of error and everything, so yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Your excuse. Prosecution may call your third witness.
The prosecution would like to call Sonny Marshall to the stand. Where were you on July 11th, 2023?
I was camping on the foot of Mount Hominy.
Can you please tell the court what occurred on July 11th, 2023?
On July 11th, 2023, there was a plane crash.
Can you describe the time before the plane crash and what you observed of the plane before it did crash?
It was flying really low, and then I seen it turn around and hit the ground.
I'm going to overrule recollection this time.
After the plane crashed, did you do anything?
Yeah, me and my friend, we went to go help the passengers that were on the plane to see if they needed any help.
When you arrived at the crash, what did you see? When you arrived at the crash, what did you see?
I see people who looked like they were injured and needed help.
You stated that you helped these individuals, correct?
Yes.
After helping them, did you at any point observe any of the individuals involved in the crash talking to each other?
Yeah, they were talking to each other.
Did you hear the defendant speaking to any of the passengers?
Yes.
Can you describe the defendant's behavior or demeanor while he was talking?
He seemed like he was very irritated that he was in the situation that he was in. He seemed irritated that he was in the situation that he was in.
Can you recall anything that he said to anyone?
He said, I should have known better, the weather was bad, and it was a mistake to go low.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, will you cross-examine the witness?
Good afternoon. Mr. Marshall, in line 44 to 45 in your affidavit, you said that, and I quote, I don't know much about flying, but Jerry has a pilot's license, and from what I've heard, he's been regarded as a real ace. So I trust that if Jerry said the plane was too low, then that's probably true, yes?
Yes. Yes.
In your affidavit, you also said that you have tried to contact aliens with your ham radio, yes?
Yes.
The reason you believe in aliens is because, and I quote, the military said so?
I'm going to sustain.
In your affidavit in lines 69 to 71, you stated, and I quote, you know who's the opposite of silent, the pilot, the pilot defendant, Tommy Wright's character. Oh, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh yeah, right here. You said, you know who was the opposite of silent? Right. Tommy Wright. Wright was wailing and yelling about the pain demanding weekend and my little plane, real bossy like. Yes?
Yes.
Do you think you would also be yelling and wailing and begging if you had just gotten in the same situation?
Objection, speculation. It's to her own state of mind, so overruled.
Yeah.
You also stated in line 85 to 87 that, and I quote, Wright still in a lot of pain, starts saying something about the business or Henderson's business or something. I couldn't hear all the words. Whatever it is, it clearly wasn't sitting well with Henderson, and it had tone of a threat. The part was undeniable. Did you not?
I said that.
I find it hard to believe that someone can sense a conversation to be threatening, especially if they couldn't understand the conversation fully, wouldn't you?
Well, I heard his tone of voice, so I assumed.
You assumed. Okay, you assumed. Okay, thank you. On line 105 to 107, you stated that the air currents in the area could be really treacherous. I have heard lots of stories over the ham radio of near crashes in the area due to sudden shifts in the air and severe downdrafts, yes?
What? Say that again?
So on line 105 to 107 in your affidavit, you stated that the air currents in the area can be really treacherous. I'm assuming you're talking about the area where the crash happened. I haven't heard a lot of stories over the ham radio. I've heard a lot of stories over the ham radio of near crashes in the area due to sudden shifts in air and severe downdrafts. That's what you said, right?
Okay, say it again.
So right here, it's by Sonny Marshall. It said on line 105 to 107, page 22.
He has not finished the question yet. Allow him to finish the question first, and then we'll sustain on the relevance issue.
Okay, so on line 105 to 107, you stated that the air currents in the area can be really treacherous. And and that you heard lots of stories over the ham radio of near crashes in the area due to sudden shifts in air and severe downdrafts. Yes?
Yeah.
Overruled as to the objection because air currents are a substantial issue in this case.
Yes.
He also stated that on lines 110 to 111, that on the day of the crash, there was a bunch of chatter on the radio over unstable air currents and a coming storm, which could certainly make flying even tougher in the area, already rugged area. Yes?
Yes.
So then would you say these types of crashes are commonly caused by air currents?
Sure.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. So defense, you may call your first witness.
Good afternoon, members of the court. So the defense would like to bring up Tommy Wright. Good afternoon. Can you please address your name to the court?
I'm Tommy Wright.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 53 years young.
Now, give us a little bit of an educational background.
I'm a graduate of Cascade State University with a degree in engineering.
Now, when did you begin flying and begin your aviation career? What motivated you?
I started flying back in the 90s, and my motivation is that I'm a junkie. I'm an adrenaline junkie.
Gotcha. Now, as far as your educational career, you did get out your FFA permit. Now, how did you acquire this permit?
After reading all there was to memorize, all the handbooks, front and back, and graduating top of my class.
Top of your class, you said?
Yes.
Now, since you were top of the class and read the book front and back, now how many hours did you log throughout your aviation career?
I got 1,000 hours long.
Okay. Now, given that you do have 1,000 hours logged, would you say that you're a knowledgeable man in aviation?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what is your relationship with Mr. Hawkins?
Hawkins, also known as Merlin, is a good friend of mine, as we came up together as pilots in flight school.
Okay, and you would say both of you guys are both skillful in aerial, right?
Yes.
Can you walk us through what happened on the unfaithful days of July 11, 2023?
On July 11, 2023, me, Mike, Goose, and Merlin left the hangar. It was supposed to be a routine route. We left with visibly clear skies and proceeded at 135 flight between Mount Dominic and Harrington routine. A pass called Cook Pass, something I have done multiple times, which I undoubtedly could have done in my sleep. Unexpectedly, Mike shouted out "Bear" with my aircraft lost control, which I believe was a sudden downdraft, which from my experience as a pilot, these changes happen instantly.
Correct. Now, these downdrafts that you speak of, was there any indication that they were going to occur at any moment?
No man is able to tell when a downdraft was going to occur. An unforeseen force of nature.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, was this incident preventable in any way?
This incident was not preventable. It was out of control.
Out of your control?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. Lines 79 to 80 in the affidavit of Treat Mitchell read, well, there goes all my insurance. In fact, there goes my entire business. How could I have been so stupid? This is what you said to Mr. Mitchell when you were in the stretcher after the crash, correct?
Correct.
Right after the crash, you were essentially very worried about your business and insurance, correct?
Correct.
In that same affidavit, Treat Mitchell asked Mr. Metcalf how high the plane was flying before the crash. He answered too low. With the piloted experience that Mr. Metcalf had, would you agree that he knew what it felt like when a plane was flying too low to the ground?
Yes.
Which you know that flying below the given altitude of 500 feet is dangerous, correct?
Correct.
Sonny Marshall states in lines 102 to 103 of his affidavit, she said she heard Wright say, look, Mike, same page, Mike, I was flying high. It's all on the line, okay? You got me. Downdrafts, we say downdrafts. When you said, you got me, did you mean that Mike had your back on the story of what happened when telling the investigators?
Correct.
In Jamie Goose Henderson's affidavit, lines 95 to 97 read, Tommy turned such that Tommy was directly facing me, and through clenched teeth growled, Goose, we were high enough. We were above deck, and it was a downdraft that caused this crash. It was a really big downdraft. Do you recall saying this to Goose after the crash?
I do not.
After the crash, do you remember snapping at Goose and threatening his career?
I do not.
Let me read lines 99 to 101 of Goose's affidavit for you. Goose, Tommy snapped. If you ever want another business referral from me ever again, if you want that nest egg to grow, we were flying high, and it was a crazy big downdraft. Got it? That was a threat to his career, correct?
No.
In that same affidavit, lines 133 to 134 read, when investigator asked if I thought we were more or less than 500 feet above the ground, I told the honest truth. It was definitely less than 500, and Tommy had essentially asked me to lie about that. Did you ask Goose to lie to the investigator about the altitude you were at when you crashed?
No, I do not.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Defense, we call your next witness.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, counsel, and jury. I would like to call Tariq Reiner to the stand. Judge, may I proceed?
You may.
Please state your name and record. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Taryn Hawkins, but I go by Marilyn.
What is your occupation? What is your occupation?
I'm a career pilot.
How do you know Tommy?
We went to flight school together.
How was Tommy in flight school?
He was the top of his class. He had all the rules, like, he knows them by heart.
How do you know Goose?
Goose started working with Tommy and I.
Can you please describe what happened on the day of the incident, on July 11th?
On the day of the incident, I stopped by the hangar before the crew took off. I recall it was a bit breezy, but nothing we haven't handled 100 times before.
Where were you when the incident occurred?
I was at home.
What did you do after the accident?
I had gotten a call from the hospital, but I was told I couldn't go visit the same day of the accident since visiting hours were closed, so I went the following day.
Did you notice anything unusual or concerning at the hospital?
When I visited Tommy, he wasn't himself. There was some spaciness, lots of long pauses or trailing off when he was sharing an answer. But then I seen the medications that he was on, so that explained his behavior.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution, you may cross-examine the witness.
How are you doing today, Marlon?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing pretty well. Okay, let's get this started. So, you recall, you did say that the weather was a bit breezy, correct?
Correct.
Now, before Tommy took off, what else did you say to him?
I told Tommy to go all out.
And for the record, can you tell me what go all out means?
Basically just to like do what we usually do and what we usually do to take our customers on for the experience.
Okay, so with that, right, so you're doing your regular things for your clientele, correct?
Correct.
Now with this being said, have you guys received any complaints?
Yes, but nothing ever came of it.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Now, with all of this happening, would you say you've had a colorful past?
No.
Overruled.
You said no to your colorful past?
Correct.
So, with that, can you please read, let's see. Can you please read line 12 through 16 of your affidavit, please?
I stated, my friends and I would find ourselves in scraps, maybe shoplifting here or there, nothing too serious at the time. But certainly nothing I'm proud of. Things took a turn when I was a young teenager. My friends boosted a few cars and sold them for parts. I had nothing to do with the stealing, but I knew of it. These so-called friends got caught and I got caught up. Long story short, I made a witness against my friends in the trial about the cars.
So are we still connected to the no colorful past? Okay. So, going back to the actual incident that happened, you did visit Tommy in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you said that he was a bit daisy in and out of it?
Correct.
Okay. So with that, he did give you a note to give to Goose, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall anything of that note or anything of that sort?
Yes, I do recall. I didn't look at it, I just took a little glimpse and all I saw was I'm so sorry.
Gotcha. Now, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense would like to call up Dallas Lynn. Your Honor, may I begin? Could you please state your name to the court?
My name is Dallas Lynn.
What is your current occupation?
I work as an expert witness to conduct investigations and testify in cases avoiding aviation.
How are you involved in this case?
I conducted a separate investigation regarding Investigator Mitchell's findings. I always approach cases from the same fair and neutral standpoint.
What was your first step in your investigation?
The first thing I did was review the GPS data.
In the next question, I'll be referencing Exhibit 2. What did you notice while looking at the GPS flight log?
I noticed there was a gap or inconsistency in the data.
What do you believe caused the inconsistencies in the GPS flight log?
I believe the mountainous terrains acts as a sort of barrier to the GPS signal, and that makes it more difficult for the connection to stay consistent. This inconsistency can present an inconsistent data on the flight path.
When reviewing the location in which the plane crashed, what did you determine?
Because of the specific location in which the plane was traveling, I concluded that downdrafts played a role in the crash.
Could you explain what a downdraft is?
A downdraft is pretty much just a small column of air that rapidly sinks towards the ground. Because of the mountains close by, air typically flows up the slope of the mountain range. But once at the top, it pours down the other side with extreme force, creating powerful waves, also known as downdrafts.
How are these downdrafts a concern to pilots?
Downdrafts can be a very big concern for pilots because it is extremely common for downdrafts to reach up to 2,000 to 5,000 feet per minute, causing many plane crashes.
What is the likelihood of a downdraft being responsible for an aircraft to crash?
The effect of downdrafts grounding planes is extremely common. In my experience, I've seen pilots flying over 600 feet above ground when all of a sudden they were hit with a downdraft and their plane immediately pointed straight downward and crashed.
Do you feel that Tommy Wright was in shock after the crash?
Yes, Tommy Wright's statements, as Mitchell recounts them, are consistent with someone in shock. Upon my review, it was clear that Tommy Wright was in a continuous state of shock from the time of the crash through at least the time of Mitchell's interview in the hospital.
In the next question, I'll be referencing Exhibit 6. Did Tommy receive any medication after the crash for his severe injuries?
Yes, he received Organox.
Is there a known side effect of the medication that Tommy took?
This medication is known to cause significant drowsiness that typically leads to confusion or discombobulation.
Do you believe that Tommy Wright was in a state of mind to be able to lie?
Tommy Wright was not in a state of mind that would allow for the forethought and mental activity to conduct lies so closely after the crash.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
May I proceed?
You may.
Mr. Lin, you are being paid for your work in this case, correct?
Yes.
You didn't investigate this crash for a government agency. You were hired after the fact to support a defense theory, right?
Correct.
Mr. Lin, you mentioned possible explanations for data gaps, reboots, overheating, terrain, but you didn't have specific evidence any of those occurred in this flight, do you?
Correct.
So you can't confirm any actual GPS malfunction in this crash, only that it's possible, right?
Yes.
And despite gaps, the data clearly shows the plane dipped below 500 feet multiple times, correct?
Yes.
You can't point to any data showing it was consistently above 500 feet, can you?
Yes.
You testified that downdrafts could occur, but the weather on July 11th was clear and calm, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Lin, you stated, on line 109, forecast showed no signs at typical downdrafts indicators, no electoral clouds, no high wind speeds, correct?
Yes.
No other pilots reported dangerous downdrafts in the area that day, did they?
Yes. Oh, sorry, no.
So your conclusion about downdrafts is a possibility, not a proven fact, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lin, on line 104, you admitted that you didn't know why any pilot flying in that particular area would ever be close to 500 feet. Even so, you said yourself you would stay 700 feet to be safe, correct?
Correct.
This is because mountainous terrain is unpredictable and dangerous at lower altitudes, correct?
Correct.
Tommy Wright knew he flew that route multiple times, correct?
Correct.
And still he flew lower than 500 feet while trying to impress former Navy pilot Mike Metcalf, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lin, you're not a licensed psychiatrist or doctor, correct?
Correct.
So your opinions about the defendant Tommy Wright's mental state and based on reports, not direct observation, correct?
Yes.
Your statements about the drug organox comes from experience, not professional testing or medical training, correct?
Yes.
You can't say clearly what effects it had on Tommy Wright at the time of his interview, can you?
No.
Thank you. No more questions. No more further questions.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused.
Thank you.
Prosecution, would you like to give your closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the facts have been laid out, the exhibits have been entered, the testimony has been heard. Now it's time for the truth, the real truth, to speak louder than a lie. On July 11th, 2023, Tommy Wright crashed a plane and was responsible for the death of a fellow aviator. What came next is why we are here. In an official interview with a federal investigator from the NTSB, Tommy Wright knowingly and willingly made a false statement. That is the resolution in this case, and that is exactly what the evidence has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's return to the most important piece of testimony, the interview conducted by the NTSB investigator, Treat Mitchell. In that interview, Wright claimed they were flying at or above 500 feet above the ground during the entire flight. We know now, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this is not true. You saw the GPS flight log. It tracked the aircraft descending as low as 412 feet above ground level. That log isn't someone's opinion, it's digital data recorded in real time with timestamps, altitude, and GPS coordinates. Now let's briefly revisit what the law actually says and how Wright broke it. Under Title 18, U.S. Code 1001, it is a federal crime to knowingly and willfully make a false statement under any federal investigation. Tommy Wright understood what they were saying. This was not confusion. Wright had time to think and prepare before the interview. They were not rushed or panicked. Wright did it on purpose. They made a conscious decision to lie, not to misremember, not to guess, but to deceive. They told that investigator they flew at 500 feet above ground. They knew that wasn't true. They said it anyway. That is a violation of federal law, plain and simple. Now, you may have heard the defense suggest that Wright was confused, scared, or uncertain after the crash. But let's be honest, this wasn't a statement made during the crash. It was made in a calm federal interview, after Wright had plenty of time to review their own flight data and choose honesty. Instead, Wright chose self-protection over the truth. They wanted to avoid the consequences of flying low, so they lied, but the evidence has caught up. This isn't just about one pilot, it's about the integrity of federal investigations. The NTSB investigates crashes to protect public safety. Their mission is to prevent the next disaster, but they can't do that if people lie to them. That is why Congress made it a crime to do what Tommy Wright did, because when lies enter the investigation, truth is the next thing to crash. As members of the jury, your duty is not to guess. Your duty is to decide based on the evidence, and the evidence tells you that Tommy Wright lied. That lie was intentional, and that lie broke the law. You can't fix a crash that already happened, but you can send a clear message that in our justice system, lies have consequences. So today, we ask you to return the only verdict that aligns with the truth, with the law, and with the safety of every passenger and pilot in the sky. Find Tommy Wright guilty of knowingly and willfully making false statements to a federal investigator. That is the resolution, that is justice, and that is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, are you prepared for your closing argument?
Your Honor, opposing counsel and members of the jury. Today, despite everything the prosecution has presented, this case ultimately comes down to one crucial truth, one undeniable fact that cuts through speculation, uncertainty, and assumptions. And that truth is this. Tommy Wright had confidence in his altitude before the crash occurred. That confidence, that belief in his knowledge, his training, and his surroundings creates reasonable doubt. Let's not lose sight of what the prosecution is required to do. They have to establish, beyond a reasonable doubt, three main things. One, that Mr. Wright intentionally obstructed justice and a federal investigation, that he deliberately provided false information to federal authorities, and three, that he threatened a witness, Jamie Henderson, to change her testimony. They've stated these claims, yes, but unfortunately for them, stating a claim is not the same as proving it. Let's begin with the first claim, that Mr. Wright intentionally obstructed justice. Intent is the key word here. Intent to break the law, to mislead, to cover something up. But how can you form intent when you don't know who you're speaking to? Investigator Chief Mitchell never properly identified himself. She didn't realize the conversation was part of a federal investigation. At the time, she was in shock, traumatized, disoriented, and recovering from a plane crash. You're being asked to believe she deliberately misled someone she didn't know about something she didn't understand in a state where she could barely process what had happened? That doesn't add up. That creates doubt. Now let's move to the next claim, that she intentionally gave false information. Again, we return to this GPS data that the prosecution leads so heavily on. But even their own expert, Lieutenant Lynn, told you about its limitations. Gaps in the data, a margin of error up to 100 feet, and questionable reliability in rugged terrain. So ask yourselves, would a great pilot with over 30 years of flight experience ignore her surroundings to trust a faulty GPS? Or would she rely on her knowledge of the terrain, a route she had flown many times before? This wasn't carelessness, this wasn't deception, it was judgment. Judgment made in real time based on experience and training. Ms. Wright believed she was flying above 500 feet. That belief was not reckless, it was reason. And once again, that belief creates doubt. The prosecution wants you to assume that because the GPS shows one thing, Ms. Wright must have known she was in the wrong. But this isn't the case about machines, this is a case about people. People making decisions under pressure in complex environments. And people who are in shock, like Ms. Wright was during her conversation with Investigator Mitchell. Lieutenant Lynn even testified that in a state of shock, it's nearly impossible to form a deliberate lie. So again, doubt. Finally, let's look at the next claim, that Ms. Wright threatened Jamie Henderson. Ms. Henderson said she felt threatened, but what actually happened? Ms. Wright asked her to confirm that they were flying at a safe altitude, what Ms. Wright genuinely believed to be true. She wasn't coercing, she wasn't manipulating, she was asking someone to acknowledge what she believed. Ms. Henderson may have perceived that differently, but perception, again, is not proof of intent. And again, that doubt remains. Members of the jury, the burden of proof in this courtroom lies with the prosecution. It is not on Ms. Wright to prove her innocence, it is on the prosecution to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what have they offered you? Incomplete data, unverified assumptions, witnesses with limited knowledge, and a GPS device that even their expert says isn't fully reliable. What we do have is a pilot, an experienced, capable pilot, who made the best judgment she possibly could in the moment. A man who, even in shock, tried to explain what he believed had happened. A man who never tried to deceive, mislead, or threaten anyone. Confidence in his altitude, confidence in his training, confidence in what he believed to be true. That confidence creates reasonable doubt, and reasonable doubt requires you to return the only verdict the law allows, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of the United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it's time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with one count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct, or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency, such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2. The defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. And 3. The defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness in deciding whether to believe a witness. Consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe a witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, like eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, such as flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit it in writing to the bailiff.
Okay, guys, can we give these awesome attorneys a round of applause, please? Yeah, nice. They did great. And can we give it's our last trial, guys. This is the last one. Trial number 4, baby. Let's go.
Really gotta get close. And then you don't have to. Jackson. Where's Jackson?
To the bathroom?
right here. So you talk in, like, you don't have to talk loud, you have to talk in the mic. Does that make sense? Anybody want extra credit to be a juror? Yeah! Who needs it the most? Okay, Jay, if you want to tell us your grade out loud, that's your own doing. Come here. Okay, guys, last one here. Last one, best one. Please remain on your best behavior for this last one. Okay, it's the last thing that we got to do today. Okay, we have an hour and a half left. Well, a little bit more because at least my kids, we want to take a picture and do all that stuff and then clean this place up before we leave. And that'll be it. Cool? Good?
All rise. The Court of General Sessions, Wilson High School Judicial Circuit is now in session. The Honorable Judge Haynes.
Please be seated. The people of the United States of America are charging the defendant, Tommy Wright, with 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, obstruction of proceedings before National Transportation Safety Board. Prosecution, are you ready to present your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. All right, good afternoon, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. On July 2023, what was supposed to be a beautiful sightseeing flight through Oregon's wilderness ended in tragedy. One man, Mike Cobra Metcalf, who was a retired Navy pilot and a new friend of the flight team, lost his life. Tommy Wright, the pilot and defendant in this case, walked away with serious injuries. However, it was what followed this tragic incident being the reason we are here today. The evidence will show that this crash wasn't just a horrible accident, it was caused by recklessness and followed by lies. The government is not charging Mr. Wright with causing the crash, but what happened after this accident, which we believe was Mr. Wright trying to obstruct the truth of what really happened and tamper with the investigation into this crash. The evidence will show actual proof such as flight logs and GPS trackers that prove that Tommy Wright did in fact break aviation law with his flight. Tommy grimaced and deflected questioning and even tried to bring others to lie with him. Treat Mitchell, who is the investigator of the National Transportation Safety Board, also known as the NTSB, who will tell you that federal regulations require small aircrafts, such as a 172 Skyhawk, must remain at least 500 feet above the ground. However, Mr. Wright decided to go much lower to impress his new friend, Mr. Metcalf, who was a former Navy pilot, which can assure that Tommy indeed liked to show off his piloting skills. Furthermore, we will hear from Jamie Henderson, who was the photographer on board the flight. Henderson miraculously survived the crash and will testify that Tommy was flying far too low and he was indeed trying to pressure him into not telling the full truth of the crash to the NTSB. Tommy didn't want to face the consequences of his actions, so instead he used threats and intimidation to ensure he would get out of his own mistakes scot-free without an ounce of accountability. Another witness, Sonny Marshall, saw the plane flying far too low and had no connection to anyone on the plane, with additional accounts of absolutely reckless flying taking place. As well, another witness, Mitchell, has attested to Tommy's comments on downdrafts after the crash, seemingly blaming them for the crash, which Mr. Mitchell stated was highly unlikely due to them being temporary events which are relatively easily maneuverable. The prosecution will prove to the court that Tommy was in fact misleading investigators and trying to force Henderson to lie about the case. That is obstruction of the justice process, and that is the crime Tommy Wright committed. We are confident you will all see the truth of Tommy's actions and that he indeed broke the law when it mattered most. We ask for a verdict of guilty when this is proven. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, I represent your opening statement.
Good afternoon to the court. My name is Rose Cuckoo, and today, on behalf of Tommy Wright, I will be presenting the opening statement of this case in order to prove that Tommy Wright did not violate the obstruction of proceedings before the National Transportation Safety Board or the NTSB. The NTSB is defined by its government website as an independent agency that investigates aviation accidents in the United States. The NTSB has contended that Tommy Wright violated 18 U.S.C. Section 1505, which is a code that prohibits influencing, obstructing, and impeding an NTSB investigation and corruptly endeavoring to do these things beforehand. Not only will the plaintiff's side fail to prove all of these evidences beyond a reasonable doubt, but they will fail to prove even one of these components. We hope that you will all see this to be the case and resolve any other interpretation that cannot be supported by the facts of this case. The issue before us is concerning a plane crash that occurred on July 11, 2023. This flight was a 135 on a small passenger plane. A 135 is a non-scheduled commercial flight, which means they are typically chartered private flights on small planes. Specifically, this flight was to view and photograph the wildlife in the area. The Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, prevents planes on 135s from descending below 500 feet. The main question of this case is whether Tommy Wright passed this threshold and lied about doing so to the NTSB. After hearing of the crash, the NTSB began investigating its case, with Treat Mitchell as the lead investigator. Mitchell claims to have found inconsistencies in the case as early as a few hours after the crash transpired. The plaintiff's side will attempt to bring out the discoveries made by Treat Mitchell and the testimonies he collected. What they will fail to mention is that Mitchell's recollection of Tommy Wright's words is not only inconsistent with his affidavit, but also taken unprofessionally, as the only 2 times Mitchell questioned Wright was while he was in extreme pain, still at the crash site, and while he was in the hospital on extreme pain medications. What do you all trust? The words taken from a person who could barely even form coherent sentences, or the words said by someone in complete control of their body. Treat Mitchell prefers the former. The plaintiff's side will also attempt to call attention to assertions made by Jamie Henderson, who, although he was on the flight when it crashed, does not have a pilot's license and cannot attest to the factors of the crash with certainty. Finally, you will hear from Sonny Mitchell, whose affidavit is riddled with hearsay and speculations that I urge you not to fall for. As the case goes on, the holes in the plaintiff's side become apparent, with their other two witnesses, along with Treat Mitchell, failing to prove that Wright is guilty. In this case, you will hear from another three witnesses, each of whom will attest to something further. You will hear from Tommy Wright, the defendant, who will testify to the nature of the plane crash, specifically that he complied with regulations. He will also give the real statement as to what his intentions were and what he said to both Goose Henderson and Treat Mitchell regarding the crash. You will hear from Taryn Hawkins, who will testify to Wright's character and skill as a pilot. He will also provide some knowledge about the type of plane that crashed and of his recent interactions with Wright while Wright was in the hospital. Finally, you will hear from Dallas Lynn, an expert witness who provides his opinion on the cause of the crash and evidence to back his stance up. All in all, the witnesses in this case will do something that the plaintiff's side cannot. They will piece together a recount of the events that took place on July 11, 2023 with no discontinuities or suspicions of perjury. Not only will the witness affidavits of this case provide sufficient evidence to prove reasonable doubt of Tommy Wright's actions, but there is also physical evidence that supports the defendant's story and this case theory. Explained by the witness of this case, the flight log from the day of the crash and Wright's prescription following the crash will indisputably show that Wright is not guilty. As the trial ensues, I would like you all to hold one thing with you: reliability. The reliability of the witnesses of this case is the key to uncovering the truth, and I hope you will all see the reliability of our witnesses' accounts and render a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed, there is a verdict on the third trial. In the case of the United States of America against Tommy Wright, as to count 1, obstruction of proceedings against national or before the National Transportation Safety Board, the defendant is found guilty. People, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the prosecution wants to call to the stand Treat Mitchell.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Please introduce yourself for the court.
I'm Treat Mitchell.
Please state your relation to this case.
I'm an investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board.
What occurred on July 11, 2023?
The NTSB assigned me to the defendant's crash site an hour after it occurred.
What did you do after learning about the crash?
I grabbed my kit and began to go to the site shortly after.
Can you explain to the court what a 135 flight is?
It is a flight that carries passengers in exchange for compensation, and pilots are legally required to maintain a distance above 500 feet from all terrain.
What did you do once we arrived at the crash site?
I began investigating the mostly intact Skyhawk. I announced who I was and what I was there to do, and began to do my interview.
How was that interaction with Tommy Wright?
He was in a stretcher at the time in tremendous amount of pain, and began to say, "There goes all my insurance," and began blaming a downdraft.
What is a downdraft?
It is an air mass that moves in a downward direction, but is easily manageable above 500 feet.
What was one of your questions you asked to Tommy?
I asked him how he was flying.
What was his response?
He awkwardly claimed that he was high enough.
What, if anything, were any other investigations you did at the crash site?
I remember there being a Garmin GPS tracker inside the plane.
What is a Garmin GPS tracker?
It is a tracker. It tracks the altitude of the plane accurately from the ground. That must always be at least 500 feet.
What did you see in the GPS log?
That for about 30 seconds before the plane crash, Tommy had descended below 500 feet from the ground.
Did you, if anything, show Tommy the GPS log?
Yes, I showed him the log when he was in the hospital.
How was his reaction to the log?
He was shocked. He shocked me. Sorry. He was just shocked to me with the situation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Defense may cross-examine the witness.
Please state your name for the court.
Tree Mitchell.
And what's your relation to the case?
I'm an investigator for the NTSB.
And is it true that you didn't wait until they were in the hospital before you began questioning?
May you speak up, please?
Is it true that you didn't wait until they were in the hospital before questioning?
No.
Why so?
Because, sorry. I felt that it was appropriate to question them when they're at the original crash site.
And could you describe his state of mind during questioning?
Most of them were conscious, but obviously in a tremendous amount of pain.
Do you remember what you asked?
I had asked the defendant what happened.
Did their answers change once you arrived to the hospital to question them?
No.
Do you believe that he was in the right state of mind?
No.
Was he on any medication to your knowledge at the time of questioning?
No.
Is it true you were under investigation before being honorably discharged from the Navy?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. What does this pass have to do with his current state? Credibility.
It goes to the credibility of the witness. Overruled.
Did you check the plane to see if anything could have been wrong with the plane or the GPS?
Yes.
What kind of GPS was found in the plane?
A Garmin tracker.
Is it true that this device is only accurate within 50 to 100 feet?
Yes.
And is it possible for the device to inaccurately measure the plane's altitude the day it crashed?
Possibly.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Your excuse, sir. People, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the prosecution wants to call to the stand Jamie Goose Henderson. Your Honor, may I begin?
Yes.
Can you please state your name to the court?
Hello, my name is Jamie Goose.
What is your occupation?
I'm a wildlife photographer and I also work in business with Tommy Wright.
Can you describe your relationship with Tommy Wright?
For the past 15 years, we've been business partners and I consider him a friend, but after the accident that happened, I think differently now.
What were you doing on July 11, 2023?
I was on a plane with Tommy and Mike.
What, if anything, happened on the flight?
During the flight, I started to notice Tommy flying the plane pretty recklessly and really low. I had mentioned it to Tommy, but he didn't seem concerned. After a while, the plane crashed.
Have you flown with Tommy Wright before?
Yes.
Can you describe Tommy Wright's piloting style?
Tommy was a pretty extreme pilot. During our flights, we'd always get pretty low.
You mentioned earlier that he was your business partner. Can you describe what the business was?
Tommy would refer people to me for photos, and I would refer people to Tommy if they wanted to see wildlife in the air.
Following the crash, had you received any threats to your business?
Yes.
What were those?
Sustaining. You can rephrase the question if you like. The question was leading, is why.
Did you end up talking to an NTSB investigator?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell them?
I'm not gonna lie, I was really scared of losing my business because that is my only income, so I lied, but I ended up telling the truth.
After these unfortunate events, where does your relationship with Tommy Wright stand?
Our friendship is 100% over. I can't believe I let his threats influence me while an innocent man is dead.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may cross-examine.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Mrs. Henderson, you admit to lying to a federal investigator during the initial questioning about your crash, correct?
Correct.
You decided to tell the truth after you were offered a deal not to be prosecuted, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you were financially benefiting from your association with Tommy's business at the time of the crash?
Correct.
So, would you agree that you had an interest in maintaining a good relationship with Tommy, even if it meant compromising safety?
Yes.
You described Tommy as an extreme pilot, correct?
Correct.
Yet, you continue flying with him and even brought others along, correct?
Correct.
You didn't express any safety concerns when Tommy turned the plane 100 degrees and began to descend, correct?
Can you repeat that one more time?
You did not express any safety concerns when Tommy turned the plane 180 degrees and began to descend rapidly, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that after the crash, you were more concerned with protecting your business than providing an accurate account to investigators?
I was concerned, but I was trying to save myself and the business, because that was my only income.
Thank you. Despite saying that Tommy was clearly injured and behaving erratically, you failed to stop him from making false claims about the cause of the crash, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that you have given inconsistent statements to the court?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Your excuse, ma'am. People, you may call your third witness.
The prosecution would like to call to the stand Sonny Marshall.
Please state your name for the court.
I'm Sonny Marshall.
Can you describe what you were doing on the date of July 11th, 2023?
I was camping in Mount Dominic with my friend Jerry.
Are you often out camping?
Yes, I've gone many times. It's one of my favorite hobbies to get out of the crazy city life.
Did you, if anything, see something out of the ordinary that day?
I saw a plane flying extremely low until I heard a loud crash.
And what did you do after that loud crash?
Well, I knew that it had to have been the plane, so I called emergency service on my ham radio, and my friend and I ran to the plane crash and helped them out.
What did you observe at the crash site?
I saw 3 individuals in the crash. One was already out of the plane, sitting a little away from the plane, and 2 men in the plane that were in critical condition.
When you saw them, what did you do?
First, I saw the guy sitting out of the plane, so I went over to him to ask if he needed any assistance. Then I went over to the plane and helped the pilot get out of the plane because he was in a lot of pain.
Although your interaction with the few was a brief one, can you describe it?
When we were dealing with Tommy Wright, he was very bossy and wouldn't stop yelling and screaming at us, but we tried to help him out the best we could.
As you were helping them, did you hear anything out of the ordinary?
Yes, I heard one man speaking in a threatening tone and talking to themselves.
Can you clarify what you mean by a threatening tone?
He was talking about a business deal with Henderson in a very threatening tone.
What else did you hear?
I heard Wright saying things like, "I should have known better," and how it was a mistake to go low.
From just what you saw that day with the actions during and after the crash, can you give your best judgment of that plane ride?
From what I saw of the pilot flying, he was certain.
She saw the plane flying though.
So opinion testimony is allowed. I'm going to overrule this time.
From how I saw the pilot flying, he was certainly not playing it safe. The pilot was being completely reckless and irresponsible with his flying techniques.
Thank you.
Zella? Okay. Defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hello, Miss Marshall.
Hello.
You admitted to Mr. Wright being in real bad shape, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So is it possible that in the great amount of pain what Mr. Wright was saying was not entirely reliable?
Possibly.
You didn't stay any longer when you heard help arriving, did you?
Yes, we did leave, but the ambulance were there to help.
You said you ran 30 minutes to get to the plane crash, correct?
Yes.
And were you breathing any gas fumes?
Not while we were running there.
Once you got to the crash?
Yes.
So with all that adrenaline, would you say you weren't fully composed?
Yes, but I knew what was going on and was aware of what was going on.
So what you heard could have been different than what was actually said, correct?
Yes, but I knew what I heard.
Okay. You don't have any knowledge of the context of what they were supposedly saying, did you?
No.
You claim that we're in such critical conditions, but you still left them alone, correct?
Yes, because the ambulance was there and they were gonna be better help than me.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Defense, you may call your first witness.
Say your name.
I'm Tommy Wright.
Involved in the case.
I'm the defendant.
Are you confident in your aviation skills?
Yes, I like to think I'm a good aviator.
Are you confident in your ability to estimate altitude based on pure looks?
Yes, I believe I can estimate my altitude.
Okay, after the crash, how did you feel?
I felt excruciating pain in my pelvis and an overwhelming wave of anxiety.
Okay. In the ambulance, what did you tell Mitchell?
My head was killing me, so I don't remember much, but I might have said that we were above 500 feet when the downdraft hit, which I still currently believe is the truth.
Is it possible?
Yes, I was under a lot of stress and pain and probably didn't want to talk about anything.
Describe your time in the hospital.
My time in the hospital was fuzzy. The hospital provided me some intense painkillers to numb the pain caused by my completely pulverized pelvis. I can recall that at some point, Merlin showed up to see how I was doing. Unfortunately, I don't remember much of our conversation due to my condition. I'm told I wrote Goose a note while Merlin visited. It looks like my handwriting, but I don't remember writing it. I also remember Mitchell coming to visit during my time in the hospital. Again, details are foggy, but I remember Mitchell coming in visibly angry and accusing me of all sorts of things, shoving pictures, maps, and graphs in my face. I don't remember what he showed me, but I didn't take too kindly to the hostile treatment and told him straight. I was in pain and off a lot of medication, so my response wasn't very appropriate. I apologize.
Do you recall Mitchell ever mentioning his relationship with the NTSB in the ambulance or at the hospital?
No, so when I spoke to him, I didn't know he was affiliated with any agency, especially when
Would you have spoken to him in the same way if you knew this? Last question, how did you feel about the whole incident?
Overall, I feel awful about the whole situation. It's giving me nothing but stress, anxiety, and lots of pain. I'm sorry for the loss of Mike Metcalf, and I offer my genuine condolences to his loved ones. I hope Goose and Mitchell forgive me and that we can all move past this tragedy.
Thank you, I love you all.
Thank you, counsel. Prosecution may cross-examine the witness.
proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
You claim that you're one of the most experienced pilots you have ever known, correct?
Correct.
And in flight school, along with your now partner, Taryn Hawkins, you were always trying to impress your classmates, teacher, and each other as quote-unquote wannabe stunt pilot adrenaline junkies, correct?
Correct.
Overruled as it goes potentially the actions for flying at the time.
Is that a yes or no?
Correct, yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. While working at your company, Joby Charter Flights, you did mostly 135 flights, which is the name for tourist and commercial charter flights, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that it's especially fun to have former pilots as customers because you love to impress them, correct?
Correct.
On July 11, 2023, you were the pilot who flew the plane Mike Metcalf, the former Navy pilot, was in, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that given Mike's experience, he would not have came back to your business if you flew so high, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, for this specific flight, you were going to make sure that he knew that you were enough of an ace to help him get the photographs that he wanted, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Wright, you claim that you quote-unquote aced flight school, read all that there was, memorized all the handbooks front and back, and graduated near top of your class, correct?
Correct.
So you knew the standards of regulation for 135 flights is to maintain an altitude of at least 500 feet above the ground and horizontally at all times, correct?
Correct. I was just trying to do what was good for the business and appeal to my customer.
However, like I said, you knew the regulations of maintaining at least 500 feet above the ground, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. After takeoff, while flying over the mountains, the photographer, Mr. Henderson, began worrying about how close you had been flying close to the ground, correct?
Correct.
However, you proceed to tell Mr. Henderson to calm down, right?
Yes, he's a nervous flyer. Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that you proceed to fly lower so you can show them the wildlife real up close, correct?
That is correct.
And when you started to approach the pass and began climbing, you knew that you had to maintain, once again, at least 500 feet above ground while flying.
Correct.
However, you claim that, and I quote, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't ruin Mike's time, correct?
That is correct.
Soon after, while nearing the Esparza shelf, Mike asked you to turn around to see a family of bears, correct?
That's correct.
And you saw this as a real opportunity for yourself to show off your skills to the Cobra, referring to Mike Metcalf, correct?
Correct.
And all of a sudden, while flying, you had experienced a downdraft, and banked right and descended to the ground, correct?
Correct.
And after receiving some aid and being placed in an ambulance, Investigator Mitchell had asked you how high you had been flying before the crash had occurred, correct?
My memory after was a little foggy. After the crash, my memory was a little foggy.
Your Honor, in his statement, he claims that he does recall the account of Mitchell asking how he had been flying before the crash.
Well, then you can each of his applications too.
I can state the line if you would like to. Page 26, line 125. You claim that you do recall?
Yeah, it is possible I said that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And you responded that you were above at least 500 feet at the time of the crash to Mitchell, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that you never use an altimeter while flying due to how much experience you have, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, just by eyeballing your altitude, you're not 100% certain that you were above 500 feet due to the lack of accountability while flying, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
One second.
I am referring to Exhibit 2 during these questions. Mr. Wright, can you describe to the court what Exhibit number 2 displays?
Flying off the altitude of which the plane was flying in.
And isn't it true that this log shows that you have suddenly descended from 550 feet to 400 feet, at which you stayed for 30 seconds right before the crash, correct?
Right.
As in the highlighted part right here. That is all, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. You're dismissed, sir. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the court.
My name is Taryn Hawkins, but I go by Marilyn as well.
Did you know the defendant?
Repeat that?
Did you know the plaintiff, Tommy Wright?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe your relationship with Tommy?
Well, me and Tommy first met in flight school where we became friends, and then now we became co-workers since we began our own company, Jolly Charter Flights.
How was Tommy in flight school?
Tommy was honestly a very exceptional student. He was top of our class. He knew, I feel like, every single rule in the handbook, and generally I completely trusted him, whether in the air or...
Now moving on to July 11th, 2023, the day of the accident. What, if anything, happened that day?
So I met with Tommy that day. He was supposed to fly the Goose along with his friend and Mike McCaff, after I got a phone call from the hospital that there was a crash.
Once you visited Tommy in the hospital, how did you see him?
So Tommy was honestly very spacey. I could tell that his speech was pretty inconsistent and his words were not coherent, so I couldn't really hear his speech well. But I looked at the medication in his hospital room and I realized that's probably the reason why he was feeling spaced out.
Did anything else happen at the hospital with Tommy?
Well, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did anything else happen at the hospital with Tommy?
After talking to Tommy, he wanted for me to specifically deliver a note to Goose, which I thought was a nice gesture for him.
Do you know what was on this note?
Well, I was able to take a quick glimpse of it, but I obviously didn't see and didn't want to see all of it because it would be an invasion to privacy to Goose because it was directed to him.
How did Goose react when you gave it to him?
Well, after I gave it to him, he sort of spaced out, and I just assumed that he was tired because I was talking to him about other things as well.
Do you believe Tommy is responsible for this plane crash?
I have zero doubts in my mind that Tommy isn't to blame for this crash.
And why is that?
Tommy is a pro at flying, whether it's about the rules and regulations or even up in the sky. And I can concur it must have been something to do with the faulty GPS along with the unpredictable flying conditions.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. People, you may cross-examine the witness.
Would you describe Tommy as a skilled pilot?
Extremely skilled pilot. I've known Tommy for the last 15 years. I first met him in flight school where he was exceptional. I knew that he knew all the rules in the books and things like that. And also, not just that, in the sky.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Sustained.
Would you agree that even the most skilled pilots are fully capable of critical, even fatal errors in judgment?
Well, definitely. I feel like nobody's perfect. And even though, yes, we have 15 years of experience, I feel as if everybody makes mistakes, which
Would you agree?
Possibly.
Would you agree that when the focus overshadows strict adherence to safety regulations, it comes to a dangerous priority?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would you agree that when the focus overshadows strict adherence to safety regulations, it becomes a dangerous priority? When flying at low altitudes, particularly below federal mandated minimums, would you agree that those kinds of flights can put passengers' lives in jeopardy?
Yes.
You mentioned being aware of Tommy's flying style, correct?
Yes.
Were there ever any occasions where you felt compelled to caution for him flying too low or pushing the limits of safety?
Sorry. Personally, not really, no.
Isn't it a fundamental principle that a pilot must always prioritize safety, no matter the exceptions of thrilling-seeking passengers, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that violating the FAA's 500-foot minimum altitude rule isn't just technically, but it is a serious breach of flight safety protocols?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I can't really hear you.
Would you agree that violating the FAA's 500-foot minimum altitude rule isn't just technically, but it is a serious breach of flight safety protocol?
Yes.
You said that Tommy had felt pressure to satisfy passengers, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Tommy felt pressure to satisfy passengers?
Yes.
I feel like yes, because he honestly, he just wanted to take Mike up for a good time and to possibly get a new client.
Would you agree that a pilot feeling pressure to entertain rather than proper safely reflects a dangerous mindset in any cockpit?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Would you agree that a pilot feeling pressure to entertain rather than properly agree to safety protocols regulate reflects a dangerous mindset in any cockpit? In any cockpit?
No.
No. Following the crash, did Tommy ever admit to you directly or indirectly that he had flown below the legal altitude limit on the day of the accident?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Following the crash, did Tommy ever admit to you directly or indirectly that he had flown below the legal altitude limit on the day of the accident?
No.
Would you accept that if pilots were routinely encouraged or even allowed to bend safety rules for passengers' enjoyment, then your company may have helped create an environment where this crash would not only possibly but likely?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would you accept that if pilots were routinely encouraged or even allowed to bend rules for passengers' enjoyment, then your company may have helped create an environment where this crash was not only possible but likely?
Possibly.
Regardless of external pressure or company goals, would you agree that the ultimate responsibility for flight safety rests squarely with the pilot in command?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. Defense, we call your next witness.
Your Honor, may I begin?
Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Dallas Lynn.
What is your current occupation?
I work as an expert witness to conduct investigations and testify in cases involving aviation.
As an expert, how are you involved in this case?
I conducted a separate investigation regarding Investigator Mitchell's findings. I always approach cases from the same fair and neutral standpoint.
What was your first step in your investigation?
The first thing I reviewed was the GPS data.
With my next question, I'll be referring to Exhibit 2. As an expert, what did you notice while looking at the GPS flight log?
I noticed that there was a gap or inconsistency in the data.
Furthermore, what do you believe caused the inconsistencies in the GPS flight log?
I believe that the mountainous terrain acts as a sort of barrier to the GPS signal and makes it more difficult for the connection to stay consistent. This inconsistency can present as inconsistent data on the flight path.
When reviewing the location in which the plane crashed, what did you determine?
Because of the specific location in which the plane was traveling, I concluded that downdrafts played a role in the crash.
As an expert, could you explain what a downdraft is?
A downdraft is pretty much a small column of air that rapidly sinks towards the ground. Because of the mountains close by, air typically flows up the slope of the mountain range, but once at the top, it pours down the other side with extreme force, creating powerful waves known as downdrafts.
How are these downdrafts a concern to pilots?
Downdrafts can be a very big concern for pilots because it is extremely common for downdrafts to reach up to 2,000 to 5,000 feet per minute, causing many plane crashes.
Once again, as an expert, what is the likelihood of a downdraft being responsible of an aircraft to a crash?
The effect of downdrafts grounding planes is extremely common. In my experience, I've seen pilots flying over 600 feet above ground when all of a sudden they were hit with a downdraft and their plane immediately pointed straight down and crashed.
Do you feel that Tommy Wright was in shock after the crash?
Yes, Tommy Wright's statements, as Mitchell recounts them, are consistent with someone in shock. Upon my review, it was clear that Tommy Wright was in a conscious state of mind, continuous state of mind, from the time of the crash through at least the time of Mitchell's interview at the hospital.
Did Tommy receive any medication after the crash for his severe injuries?
Yes, he received Organox.
Is there any known side effect with this medication that Tommy took?
The medication is known to cause significant drowsiness that typically leads to confusion or discombobulation.
Do you believe that Tommy Wright was in a state of mind to be able to lie?
Tommy Wright was not in a state of mind that would allow for the forethought and mental acuity to conduct lies so closely after the crash.
No more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. People may cross-examine the witness.
Your Honor, may I begin?
Yes, you may.
Alright. So you're testifying in this case as a paid expert, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're getting compensated to testify for the defense in this case, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that being paid could make your opinion seem more biased?
Yes, possibly.
In fact, you weren't at the crash site when the incident happened, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, now let's talk about the GPS data. You said that there were gaps in the data, right?
Yes.
But GPS devices are generally accurate and used in thousands of flights every day. Would you agree?
Yes.
You mentioned a possible inference like heated windshields or blocked signals. Do you have any actual evidence that those things occurred on this flight?
No.
Is it true that the GPS clearly shows that the plane dropping below 500 feet? Isn't it true that the GPS clearly shows that the plane dropping below 500 feet, isn't it?
Yes.
You mentioned downdrafts. Can you please confirm that one happened on July 11th, 2023?
No.
Were there any official reports confirming a downdraft in that area?
No, not that I know of.
Your examples of downdrafts came from different cases, not this one, right?
Yes.
You can't say for sure that a downdraft caused this crash, can you?
Not for sure.
Despite your theories, nothing confirms that the weather alone caused this crash, right?
Yes.
And even in tough conditions, it's still the pilot's job to follow the legal altitude, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's talk about Tommy Wright's mental state. You never met them, right?
No.
So your opinion about them being in shock is based on what others said, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree people in shock don't all act the same way?
No.
Some people in shock can still clearly remember things, right?
No.
I'm gonna sustain the objection this time.
You mentioned a medication called Organax. Did you confirm Mr. Wright took it before flying?
Before flying?
Before flying.
Can you ask that again?
Please repeat the question.
You mentioned a medication called Organax. Did you confirm Mr. Wright took it before flying?
Not before.
Overruled, it bears onto the case. There's no ejaculation. Overruled.
Oh, not before. He got it after because of his injuries.
So your idea that the medication affected them is just a theory?
No.
And you can't say that the crash was definitely caused by GPS errors, weather, or shock, correct?
Yes.
And in the end, despite all the theories, you can't say for sure that the pilot wasn't at fault, can you?
It's possible.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. You're excused. People, are you ready for your closing argument?
Alrighty, folks. You have now heard all the evidence of the case, and the facts are clear. The law says it is a crime to interfere with an investigation through lies, intimidation, and threats. That is exactly what Mr. Wright did. You heard from Mitchell that Tommy gave misleading information on the crash, specifically about how low the plane was actually flying, which would make Tommy at fault for the crash that happened. When you heard from Jimmy Henderson, he told you that Tommy pressured him to stay quiet and keep things vague. Henderson said Tommy didn't want him to mention how low they were flying or that they were showing off. Henderson was intimidated by Tommy's threats because of the strange implications of what went along with them, which happens to be influencing a witness, which is obstruction. Henderson remembered what Tommy said. This is not a result of trauma and forgetfulness. It's blatant. Tommy was obstructing justice. The facts line up with what the investigator himself had found within the case. Henderson remembered what Tommy said and how he said it. The facts are that Tommy was flying far too low and did not want to admit that. This case is not about flying too low, however. This is about Tommy Wright blatantly obstructing the justice process. This man broke the law all because he couldn't take accountability for the faults of his own decision-making and actions. So he took the weasel's way out and tried to cover it up. We ask for the only verdict that fits Tommy's actions, which is guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Defense, you may present your closing argument.
As we conclude this trial, I would like to remind the court of Tommy Wright's charge. Wright is being charged with impeding an NTSB investigation, which the plaintiff's side claims was caused by his lying to an NTSB investigator about the plane's altitude when the crash occurred. For this charge to come to realization, the plaintiff's side must prove that Wright also had the intention to impede the NTSB investigation. I can assure you all, throughout the trial, the plaintiff's side has not met this requirement. Today, we are not trying Tommy Wright for the plane crash itself. We are not trying Tommy Wright for any sort of negligence during the flight. We're not trying Tommy Wright for his character, or previous mishaps in flying. So when you all begin your deliberations, remember what Tommy Wright is being charged with. Having heard so many testimonies, it can be hard to piece them all together. What we do know is that Wright's plane crashed on July 11, 2023. Inside the plane were Wright himself, who faced serious injuries, Jamie Henderson, who faced minor injuries, and Mike Metcalf, who died due to problems relating to the crash. Throughout the NTSB investigation of the crash, 4 interviews were conducted. Wright and Henderson were interviewed at the crash site, and they both had similar answers regarding the cause of the crash. Wright and Henderson were interviewed once again in the hospital. This time, Wright claimed that he was threatened into making a statement he did at the scene of the crash. Wright, delirious from pain medication, gave a loose reply that was consistent with his original interview. Even in a state of loose-mindedness, Wright still provided Mitchell with the same answer. The answer that he believes to be true. Someone in such a state does not have strong intention to influence, obstruct, or impede an NTSB investigation. Not only this, but the threat that was made towards Henderson was an utterance of pure shock taking place directly after a plane crash. The prosecution has attempted to break down the testimony of Dallas Lynn by coming after his credibility, despite her role in this case being an expert witness. Based on the facts of the case, evidence, and testimonies, it is unmistakably obvious there is no way, without a reasonable doubt, that Tommy Wright truly made attempts to derail the NTSB investigation. Exhibit 6, the medication, clearly shows that Tommy Wright was not in the right state of mind to conduct an interview. Under excruciating pain and pain medications, nothing he says should be put to test in a court. The plaintiff's side #1 witness is an investigator who made immoral assumptions and used interview tactics to fabricate a guilty verdict. Even through all this evidence, we can still assume that Wright's plane never descended below 500 feet, and that this investigation therefore has no foundation. Wright stated that he was aiming for 500 to 550 feet, and Mitchell stated that the GPS device reading 400 feet of the ground is only accurate for about 50 to 100 feet. Now, reasonable doubt for this case is not that you can be sure that something happened. Reasonable doubt is that if there are any holes or slight incontinuities in this case, then Tommy Wright is to be proved not guilty. The prosecution has brought up a large quantity of evidence regarding Wright's character and the crash itself, but not nearly enough regarding the real charge of this case. The prosecution, attempting to do their job to describe the case, has not brought up nearly enough questions to their own witnesses. Their job is to tell the story, yet they didn't provide. Tommy Wright, still fully conscious, believes that he was above deck. This consistency is proof of reliability. Not only this, but the prosecution's main form of evidence, the flight log, has missing time signatures and must be faulty. If this is their main form of evidence, then no moral jury should be able to claim guilt. We don't need for sure, we don't need 100%. All we need is a little bit of doubt. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you've seen through the unreliability of the plaintiff's case throughout the trial. The space where reasonable doubt has grown is clear for those of you who truly analyze the evidence and facts before you. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence in the case of United States of America versus Tommy Wright, and it is time for you to begin your deliberations. My duty is to explain the law you must apply in reaching your verdict. You must follow the law as I explain it and apply it to the facts as you determine them from the evidence. The defendant, Tommy Wright, is presumed innocent. This presumption remains unless and until the government proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is always on the government. The defendant has no obligation to prove innocence or to testify. The defendant is charged with 1 count of obstruction of proceedings before a federal agency in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 1505. This statute makes it a crime to corruptly influence, obstruct, or impede, or endeavor to influence, obstruct, or impede a pending proceeding before a federal agency, such as the National Transportation Safety Board. To find the defendant guilty, the government must prove each of the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. A proceeding was pending before a federal agency, specifically the NTSB. 2, the defendant was aware of the pending proceeding. And 3, the defendant intentionally and corruptly endeavored to influence, obstruct, or impede the proceeding. The term corruptly means the defendant acted with an improper purpose, such as making a false or misleading statement or influencing another person to do so, to interfere with the administration of the law. An attempt to obstruct is enough. Success is not required. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. In deciding whether to believe a witness, consider how the witness acted while testifying, the quality and logic of the testimony, whether the witness may have any bias or motive, whether the testimony is consistent with other evidence, and the character of the witness for truthfulness. If you believe a witness lied about one thing, you may disregard part or all of their testimony. Remember, honest mistakes can occur, and different witnesses may perceive events differently. Expert witnesses are allowed to offer opinions based on their qualifications and experience. You are not required to accept an expert's opinion. You may give it as much weight as you believe it deserves based on the expert's credibility, reasoning, and the evidence. You may consider both direct evidence, like eyewitness testimony, and circumstantial evidence, like flight logs or physical conditions. The law does not favor one over the other. You should give each the weight you think it deserves. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence based on your own common sense and experience. However, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Your verdict must be unanimous. After discussion and agreement, the presiding juror should sign the verdict form. If you have a question, submit it in writing through the bailiff.
Okay, guys, can we get a big round of applause for our final mock-trial? Yes. And a big round of applause for everybody, all the LPS seniors, for kicking some serious butt. Trying to say that, so we're still live streaming, I think. Thank you guys for coming out to watch us that are from the other classes. We're gonna wrap this up. My class, there's a couple of things that we need to do before we leave, okay? I know, grown, but seriously, last couple of things. We need to, well, I'm gonna offer extra credit for people to help me take the tables and chairs and stuff back to the class, but I also need everybody to come up, okay? And hold on, stop. Be very careful when you're up here. These cameras are so freaking expensive that are live streaming us. I need to collect your notes, and I need you to sign up, but again, I don't want you to leave yet because we've got to take a picture before we go. Yeah, the jury is still deliberating, so give it a second.
verdict is in the United States of America against Tommy Wright as to count 1, lying on the NTSB investigation. The defendant is found not guilty.